And again, I called in for a year and a half. That's why I have an extra.
You are on camera. We are the code.
Recording.
We are have the okay.
Green lights on. Still learning. Okay, we're good. We're good.
Good morning. So like I mentioned, November's been a busy month for investigations and follow-up cases. The complaint form was revised with the new contact information and uploaded. Also, I developed a sworn officers report form. Yeah, the officers probably have statement on the backside of citations or some citations. It's a sworn statement, and any attachments, officer statements, police reports have to have a sworn statement, a clause in there and signature of the officer there for court purposes. As of November 24th, this year, 62 cases have been closed and 9 cases were canceled. The following reasons for this are the cases were resolved by the courts, but were not closed out in the system itself for whatever reason. I noted one case that had 13 infractions issued.
That's interesting, but not really surprising. Maybe the number is surprising, but generally
Yeah.
Multiple.
Yeah, so usually it's 3 infractions, but it also in this, I think what happened is there's multiple issues with that. So it wasn't like 13 infractions for one violation, particular code violation. There were multiple code violations. Another reason for closing case violator is deceased. Citations are issued to the violator, not to the property. Voluntary compliance. Also 9 duplicate cases canceled with the same property / owner. Some of the complaints with some of the violations reported as duplicate cases, but some of them opened in the same year. So, how and why that happened, I have gone into that. Research that. It may be because you have to put compliance officers that has left and they're coming in and find. Or it's a complaint that comes in and it's on the same, there's already a case that's opened. But for whatever reason, there was a new case opened with a new case number, which does not need to be. So that's a good possibility as well.
If it came in from a different person than the first one, would that be?
It could be a reason for that. But you don't have to open up a new case. I mean, that's just multiple complaints on the same violator, the same code violations. Now, if it's I can see where it's a nuisance complaint versus code violation, but it's the same property owner. The only issue that I'm finding though is sometimes on a nuisance complaint, it actually takes that as a code violation and not a nuisance violation. But there's some discretion there because there's a little overlapping definitions of the nuisance versus the code. So
If Jim Smith had a code compliance complaint because he operated a junkyard, and then somebody else called and you give him a case number and whatnot, somebody else called and says his trees are overhanging my property, would that be a separate case number, or would that just all go with incident?
I can see that a compliance officer could open up an additional case on that. Me personally, it would be one case with multiple violations. And as far as case management purposes, it only makes sense to me. Another reason for closing the case, there's no evidence found on violation or follow-up. Some of this is due to, these are old cases, there was compliance that was done, the property is now cleaned up. In one instance, the property is now a housing development. So it was a vacant lot, it's a housing development, case closed. So, and that was a case from 19 years ago. Property was sold since the violation. On one property, it changed ownership 3 times since the case was opened in 2004. Yeah, the property owner decided not to property. So you can't transfer the violation over to another person. It doesn't work that way. Currently, there are 3 open cases of illegal wrecking works. With rumors of many more, all 3 property owners have contacted me after receiving their certified letter / notice of violation. And all 3 are working to comply with the county code. I contacted WSP and did some research with department licensing. These wrecking yards have to have a separate wrecking license. And I think that's one of these actually 2 of these cases where they're like, oh, you know, I didn't know. One case, the property owner is called, this is a result of business. I can't, number one, afford, you know, to do the required fencing and this kind of thing. Also, what I heard with Washington State Patrol is, yeah, department licensing, they won't grant the license, the record license, unless it's in a location that the local jurisdiction has zoned it for them. So that's an added resource that, you know, we've got multiple places where, yeah, one is zone commercial, another one's general rule process.
So the circumstances of, say, in a residential area where they're claiming that they're running a wrecking business, I don't think that's allowed to use.
Right, unless they,
In, you know, R1.
right. And a lot of these, what I found is some of these, they're not claiming to run a wrecking business, but by definition, they are wrecking.
Right.
So in that case, I'm going forward with, you fit the definition of operating a wrecking yard. It's not a matter of you've got a hobby and you're fixing up vehicles, you know, selling a couple vehicles, and legally you can only do so many. But if you have, but in the case of these cases, where you have, you know, in some cases 50 cars, and you're carving them out, and you are selling parts, regardless if you have a business license with the state. In case they have a business license with the state, they don't have a wrecking license, but they're still operating by definition.
You mentioned 3 of those. Can you give me a ballpark location of where those 3 are?
Well, I'd rather not. You know, I mean, if you have something that you have in mind that
By
you can do.
commissioner district, can you tell me where they're located?
Pardon?
By commissioner district, can you tell me where they're? which district?
Well, there's one out east. Another one that's in the central, actually.
I would suggest is there would be, you could have a private conversation.
Yeah.
I just think,
Yeah,
in a public meeting, as far as these are
And I'm hearing. I haven't had those. There was an opinion request that was submitted to the PA's office regarding.
Yes, sir.
May I interrupt briefly? I read your paragraph there. This was approved by the board, January 19th.
Can I get to that point first?
Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the opinion request was submitted by the PA's office regarding the enforcement of Title 4 formal Title 15. There's no indication that the title was approved at work because I don't like signature page anywhere. And Title 24 doesn't appear to be published. It's not on the commissioner's website. It's still Title 15. The question of the PA is whether or not the code can be enforced since the Title 15 was removed from Title 15. That I am aware of, but it appears that it hasn't been officially approved by Title 4. So your comment about
The way the process works, way back in January, the building director submitted all three of those titles and did, removed nuisance abatement. And at that time, it did not have a title. And anything that happens like that at a public meeting, hearing, it goes to the auditor's office. And that is the office that actually submits it to Unicode, puts it on the website. And I know they're very overloaded up there too. Maybe it was, the decision was made to wait till it was assigned a title, I don't know.
If I'm recalling, I think we approved it with the title to be assigned.
Right,
So we approved the code with the assumption that
I don't remember signing it. Since
the Title 24,
right.
you did later. I worked with the deputy prosecutor to ask, I need to go back through the whole process? Does there need to be another public hearing? And the answer I got was no, it went through the public process. It was approved. You're merely assigning a title to it, which was Title 24. And it was noted, the board signed it, and then it went up to the auditor so it could go through their process of getting it on the website and whatnot. And I had notes, I talked to them, and that, in a nutshell, is kind of the straight.
but we need to make sure we get
yeah,
that
so I have nothing in writing.
right. Okay.
So
So
until
let's
I
get that
have-
taken care. Yeah,
Yeah.
I would feel more comfortable.
Yeah.
So can he check with the auditor to find out where that's going, or is that something we should?
I see the auditor is on the Zoom call. I don't know if she's willing and able.
This is Brenda.
Hi, Brenda.
Hi. There are some ordinances that I'm working with Rebecca on to make sure they get included in the code. I don't know if this one's already been codified or not. So just, that's kind of where we're at.
Okay. Is there any problem with us posting on the commissioner's site the code that we adopted on January 19th?
You can do that, sir.
I mean, at least there's something out there. That's just a public record.
Well, if we have that, it's a signed document, we should be able to post it on the nuisance page.
We'll get it taken.
And, finally, I was, yesterday we officially moved into a new building, so living out of boxes still, but, yeah. And that's all I have. Questions.
First, I would comment, 62 cases closed and 9 cases canceled. That is excellent news. That's like gotta be a record
I don't know if
by like exponentially in a single month.
Yeah.
All I know is I think I'm very happy that they made the right choice and made your hire, so perfect. He's very, very pleased.
The only other thing that maybe I should mention this is that I'm looking at getting a working with the prosecutor's office on recreational vehicle living on private property. And going back through the records, the citation books, I noticed that the citations that had been issued in the past were underneath an installation permit. And when you look underneath the definition underneath 16.28, it says recreational vehicle can be permanently placed as living quarters if it has the HUD, stamp with decal, whatever that on there. And I'm gonna do some more research on it. I'm not aware that HUD is doing it. I think they have a minimum requirement as far as square footage. And so I'm kind of scratching my head as we have a definition of yeah, you can place a recreation vehicle for permanent living situation if it's got that HUD sticker, but
It's not possible.
but it's not possible. At least the research so far that I've been able to do on this. And the installation permit that people were cited for in the past was in relation to somebody building a home. Well, that's a different situation. And so the violation actually is the HUD sticker. And if you can't get the HUD sticker, it's like this catch-22. And I would think that it would be better, I just throw this out, if it was a specific, clear saying, recreational vehicles can only be activated for 30 consecutive days or 60 days within a calendar period. Now, with that said, I don't know what the state Supreme Court ruling in Seattle v. Long with the Homestead Act, how that affects us. So I have to get something from his office.
Well, and I think what you might find when we had this discussion about RVs earlier in the year is that 30-day, 60-day that you mentioned, there's nowhere in law or statute that was something that was handed down via generation in this county. That people thought that was the way it was, but nobody could fight RCW or anything ever listed.
Yeah, I'm not able to find ours.
So I don't know why we have that there, but yes, I also know. I'm unaware that you can even get a HUD sticker on a truck.
And the 30-day versus the 60 may be something that was resolved with, say, Washington State Parks, where they have a WAC, a specific place that you can only stay in a campground for certain days, and consecutive days, you can only stay in the campground for X number of days in the calendar year. So
My concern on that is legal, with all the new laws about not being able to evict people out of their cars or tent on the sidewalk or anything else. I want to make sure that if we're trying to evict someone out of their RV, we're not going to get in trouble.
We're not just moving them from the private land to a public right of way where you can't do it.
And so and the other thing too is, oftentimes you have people that are living in RV on somebody else's property, but it's the property owner that on your site. I know in some cases that they cited occupant RV. I don't believe that, again, I'm not attorney, but I don't believe that that's appropriate underneath the but without clear cut, I think, I'm not going to be enforcing this until there is a clear cut instructions, I think, from
So I think I would concentrate on things as you said. There's less controversy. We know.
Yeah,
what the
there's
code
just
is.
too
This
much.
is a big gray area, especially now.
Yeah.
with Those cases. Where, yeah, if you can't evict somebody from their car, how are you? You're evicting from their, not them, but their travel trade or. It's just, yeah.
I think you still have you have a potential problem if you find out that person said RV is dumping their septic system on their property.
That's a different
There
violation.
you go.
Right.
That's a.
But as far as removing the travel trailer, and you can't live here, I want to make sure we have that correct.
Right, and I'm aware of, people that come out, you know, that, using the truck for 4 or 6 days. All day and all this stuff. But they are tied in a septic system, right? So, yeah, I don't have anything else.
Keep up the good work.
Yeah, we expect 69 closed cases every month.
Yeah, you set the bar there.
Yeah, that's the danger, right? Yeah,
You know, when you come next month, it's like, well, I cleared 8,
yeah.
but they were 8 really hard ones.
Yeah, the easy ones are
Oh,
over.
the easy ones are over.
Yeah, now comes the mountain.
That's
Yeah,
kind of the
yeah.
thing, I think, there's a good potential of your predecessors to never go back and clean those, so you're kind of doing yours, but you're also pointing out what's left behind. So, yeah, that's cool.
And that, I mean, you know, in the past, they're very diligent trying to do their job. I mean, that's, so I can see,
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes.
Morning.
Good morning.
You don't look like Public Works.
No,
So have you had a
thank you for
tour?
noticing.
You had a tour of the new digs here? or-
Well, yeah, pretty brief.
Oh, okay.
The stairway.
Oh, okay.
I don't trust new elevators.
Oh, yeah. I did ride in it last week, just
Did you?
to do it.
This is really nice. I was in the old courthouse yesterday chatting. What are they gonna do with your room?
It's gonna get remodeled,
Who gets
juvenile
it?
probation,
Who gets it?
juvenile probation gets it.
Okay.
That's going in there, so.
Yep, and then HR also moved over here, and that's gonna be a break room for the courthouse personnel in HR.
Okay,
Field HR,
yeah, you kind of need HR close to you.
closer, yeah.
A lot closer. So all the electeds, most of the electeds are over here.
Yeah, all of them but us. So
Why
and it was
did you-
coincidental that, yeah, we're here and I think every department that answers to the board is in it. So it's almost like
Good.
that building and then over there.
So you're not gonna have to listen to, well, we came to the courthouse and just got the runaround.
Yeah.
You did.
Oh, we'll still hear it. We'll still hear it. At
Yeah,
least now they can take an elevator.
I thought Public Works was gonna be here.
They should be here, well, they still have 3 minutes and they're always, and
Gordon
it's
used to run it 2 blocks, so now that he just has to run down the hallway, he might have a new time on.
Push it there, but,
I'm waiting to see him run and breathe hard for that.
we're
well,
gonna
I
put a pole in from upstairs, but.
don't need Public Works, but I just assumed they were here, so mind if I wait?
No.
Like your shoes.
Oh, you noticed?
Yeah, Lee and I were just talking.
I look, they're wool, so they're warmer.
You, I just feel like we're just, yeah.
They're my winter stuff.
Hi, Joan.
Oh, good. Ruby Mason, it's on.
Ruby and her dog.
Oh, she sees me?
Yeah. Oh, no, you're on camera. There we are. We're waving. No, you're on TV now, so.
Would you
Just so
like me
you
to
know,
pause the video?
Recorded.
Yeah, please.
We are
warn me.
recorded and there are people watching.
There are, and you can hear a pin drop anywhere in the room except where the presenters are. We're working on that. So
So-
yes, if you're in the back of the room, yeah, you can hear it all, so.
So, later, one at a time, I'll ask you how you like that. One at a time, later.
Off the record or on the record?
Way off. I was very reluctant to have that kind of environment.
I think we're,
It's changed the environment.
yes.
Oh. Absolutely.
I would say it's 98% good. 2%.
Okay, I'll remember that.
Looking at the courthouse from over here, you know, I'm surprised they didn't put over the front steps, those two windows, those should have been doors. You could have came out onto a balcony onto that.
I'm gonna go,
Oh,
I'm gonna go call Public Works.
yes.
We don't have a phone in here.
I don't have my phone.
But
That's in an office.
Yeah, but those could have been their private office.
Well, I guess. Dave's
The
got a phone in here, so
railings
because they're-
I'll just.
They are very, very,
Probably should.
period appropriate as they have to be because of the.
Jacks.
So
What about landscaping? Just grass?
I think so. I think that, we've tried to do things pretty equally.
Oh, I know,
Yeah.
last Tuesday, I was.
That's what was there
trying to
before.
you guys
just
were
grass. I think that's what it's gonna be. Although we have stuff on
I was
this.
trying, and then I would get frustrated and then.
Oh,
It's definitely, you gotta speak out.
Trees are
and,
It'll
For
soften.
the most part, they.
Passageway from
People in Nashville just.
facility is one.
I know. I'm
Oh,
worried
it's
though,
big.
because we're so used that I
Getting mics.
at least once now just stepped out, not even thought
It'll
of it.
sound really.
Because it's an active
Look
road.
how slickety running.
Yeah.
And then,
They're running. He just ran
Oh,
across the
they
road.
are not, they're not upstairs.
Apparently not.
I guess.
Oh, no, they're the last ones to
Oh.
What's that?
Public Works, so they were still over
So
there.
I just saw John.
Soon to be old days.
Really?
Yeah,
Where are they gonna end up?
they're upstairs. I'll give you the tour when we get done. Show you around.
Whoa. Cool.
Or every place my car will take us.
I have the big
This
one.
is the server room.
Yeah, I don't think my car will work with this. They probably won't let
You have
me. Probably like,
the.
oh, your security clearance is high enough. It was that
Hey,
unfortunate,
Joan. Hey, Joan.
unfortunate group.
Morning.
Joe's been keeping us occupied while you move around.
Here's the one.
Oh, yeah.
They want you to run across.
It's not, we weren't in this building.
Post, like you chose.
It'll be all downhill for us
Yeah.
in a couple of weeks to get here.
Catch your breath. All right, whenever you're ready.
I'm gonna delay handing out the agendas, so, as they got stapled like they were last time. So somebody's bringing over some better copies.
You can hand on upside down.
So,
All right. All right, I got one item on the consent agenda, and this is the fee waiver we talked about last week for the Dallasport Community Center for the bazaar.
I did have one clarification because I was looking through that last night in the record and in the cover, and I don't know if it's different than, because I wasn't here for that conversation. But in the cover, it's that we're waiving the fee like we typically do in lieu of some activity, but in there, some in-kind services. But in the application, it says no in-kind services.
They're cleaning up. They're doing
Okay.
their own cleanup.
Yeah, I mean, I don't care. I think it's because all the proceeds go to the community. So it's, I just wanted to be, because I was kind of curious, we're not having to paint something or.
It's probably not a one for one, but it'll help out
They'll
a
do their
lot.
own clean, yes. Thank you. Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah. Yeah, they will be doing that. Okay, construction side. Our grant funded signs and guideposts, the guideposts are still being installed. And West Garland, the paving project, our signs were actually approved by WashDOT finally. You remember we were waiting for them to actually have an inspector to inspect them. That's complete, and so we're working with the contractor to schedule a time that they can come out and finish that job. Roosevelt Grade Road, we talked about the paving's complete. Their shoulder rock, our striping, current striping will be installed Friday, provided the weather continues to be as they say it will on Friday. It's usually better on that end of the county anyway. So that one will get striped because we did have received a few complaints because now it's, as most of you know that live out or travel through the hills to get to the river, it's foggy this time of year. So that it's tough to see out there, temporary striping. A lot of black pavement and lines out. Road design, Courtney Road, kind of putting everything together. Our plan is to go out to add on the 29th of this month. That's what we're working for. So comes out and then contractor doesn't get upset because we do it at Christmas time. So it's it was either the 22nd or the 29th, but we'll kind of push it one more week. Klickitat path, we're actually finally getting a hold of WashDOT and Parks Department. So they're going to issue permits for us for one, doing the work out there, the archaeological work that we have to do on the trail.
That's the only downside of having the windows. It's for those of us that are easily distracted. It's like being back in, it's like being back at school.
I'll get to that. The blinds will be installed. All right, so we're working through the path issues so we can build that next summer. Courthouse parking lot, working on that for the springtime. And our maintenance guys, we're kind of in between, and so Bickleton guys are doing some patching, spot patching with cold mix where needed. We have Middle Road to grade, so our construction project, while the windmill, or not windmill, the solar people were responsible for it. They set up the plant for our paving project, just passed their project. So we're the ones that really kind of beat them. It's hard to say it was all you fix it. So we agreed that we would have to, after we were done hauling, to grade and roll that. So that's what we're doing. But then it'll be back on the contractor with the solar company. Let's see. And then cleaning ditches around town here. West side, it's brushing. So they're brushing on Fisher Hill Road and in the Newsom area. So you'll probably see them out there potentially. Facilities, so last night, most of the glass that was just plywood got installed last night. Haven't gone around to every open hole in the frame to see if they've all been filled, but I'm assuming that they weren't, they will be tonight. We got more flooring installed last night. We have blinds on the 3rd floor, on the 1st floor, and some of the 2nd floor, and so they'll finish the 2nd floor and then the conference rooms this week. That's the plan.
That looks great as far as the glass.
What is the story with the blinds? Because they don't look like the blackout blinds that I thought we requested.
Yes, so this is what they ordered, but we told them, we didn't tell them they were supposed to bring blackout blinds, so that's, we told them what they were supposed to do. This is what they brought, it's on them to bring the new ones. So our contractor made them install these until we get the blackouts, so that we have something. So so now basically when they come back, they'll just remove the old ones and put the new ones in. It'll be pretty quick because the brackets are all installed. So, and then, but I think the motorized ones in here, so in here, there's a partial of 5% like they installed in the rest of the building, and then there's a blackout. So there's 2 in here, and they'll roll up above the ceiling there. So those are a little more complicated in this room and the room downstairs, because they have to get programmed in, and so they're automatically adjustable. You also have a switch on the wall to do the same thing, so.
Are you getting lines for over here too, so that, the children who are easily distracted?
Yes, yeah, there's a pocket up there, you can kind of see that's where that one will roll.
Yeah.
So where's that? When they actually get here.
Another question that I will bring up, because I'll forget if I wait. The emergency button. We have 1 in here, we're gonna have 2 in here.
Panic alarms?
Yeah.
So the panic alarms will bring those over. So you'll have the same one, we just have to reprogram the location and change that. So,
My question is, instead of 1, can we have 2? Because sometimes there's nobody sitting.
yeah, I don't know how many you had.
2,
You had
and
to.
one at the clerk's
Okay,
station
okay,
and then
yeah.
one by the chair.
I thought we only had 1, so that answers that one.
Yeah, the logo will come over for all the offices.
Are they wireless?
Yes, yes. Okay, no news on the big dig in front of the courthouse, so we're still waiting.
The swimming pool installing.
Yes, it's filling up as winter continues. Furniture, I think we get most of our office chairs on the 15th, which is good. We're still waiting for the storage shelving. Home Depot has it in Kent, and they don't really know when they're gonna ship it out. So it's different times. HVAC unit, I think they were actively working in your area this morning when I was over there trying to quiet
Is
it
it
down.
running or, because it was nice?
Yeah, they shut it off.
Oh, that's good.
That's what I thought too. I'm like,
I was
it's
like,
fixed.
it's perfect. There's no air. There's no air.
Yeah, so it's off right now. The guy that was over there working on it, he told me that it sounds like, I mean, it's cavitating, the actual unit is. So it's trying to push air and it can't push it. So they're not sure if the dampers are working correctly, but they're hopefully soon they'll get it fixed. That's the goal.
Well, off is better than on.
Yeah, it was pleasant in there this morning when I went in, so we can leave it that way, and see how that goes.
It was warm in there.
Why?
It wasn't, but it is nice outside. Right?
Yeah,
While they're working on it, that's an option, until they fix it. If it gets too unbearable, just let me know.
what's unbearable if you don't have any kind of cooling capacity in there with that morning sun.
Yeah.
You're sitting there just
They can,
dying.
All right, well, if one gets worse than the other, let me know and we'll do something different until they get it fixed.
Maybe shut off on Tuesdays. That's fine.
Yeah, that's what we had them do with the big unit out in the entry. It's just shut off. Tuesdays. So it quiets down quite a bit. Till they fix it. So the moving's going well, kind of having to adjust as we have shuffled the offices around and Marty's furniture. I want to get that moved before we move into their new space. And so we're going to move WSU up and push weed out. Probably to the week of the 13th is when they're supposed to come back. They're moving some of the furniture, but they only had 2 days for their crew, so they've done everything that they can. Moving a lot of Anna's furniture downstairs. But there's still more to do. They'll come back, but we'll just wait for Marty's move. But everybody else should be on track. We may start moving some of Public Works stuff the week before the 13th next week. But we'll see how it goes. And then there's lots of little quirks with many things that will work. So working on our parking lot expansion planning for next spring and then kind of gearing up for remodeling your old space after the first of the year. Courthouse entry, we probably have a couple more weeks on the main entry to get the metal put back and the stucco work done. And then that entrance will be opened up as well. let's see, radio site, I'll let you give an update.
It's working with Lauren for a purchase or for an easement and evaluate. We're also working on, meet with the consultant this week, to talk about critical equipment purchases. And we'll have follow-up next week. What that means.
Great. Okay, and then we would like to request we fill Kathy Dollar IT position with Lindsay Garcia. And then we would like to open up her spot and refill that, which is a clerical admin assistant, 1, 2, or 3.
What was when Lindsay vacated the spot, what was her, was it a 1, 2, or 3?
It was a 1, 2, or 3. She was a 3.
She was a 3.
Yes. Yes. Okay, thank you.
Back to the radio, do you have any idea on, because I know I'm gonna get asked, so, do you have any idea on when we might expect a lease agreement proposal anyway?
I'm gonna try to pin Lauren down this week, and get something where we can come together. It's kind of a unique situation, I want, just because we have for purchase. And, and then they purchase it, so if we follow our rule, there's really not that much money that will exchange hands, but I think they're looking for but more money, because if you do it over a 100-year lease, you're probably looking at payments of $20 a year. And I think they're thinking more than that. But, to me, and we'll see if we can get there, I mean, it needs to be equitable for the taxpayers. This county too, because we could purchase the thing.
So it should be fair, and they have another ask for us apparently. So.
If we have the purchase and sale price down.
Yes. For $100,000 we were gonna get, we would have ended up with 30 acres, because that was our Western Pacific's minimum purchase. We ended up with 30 acres of whole easement. And then it was ours. But even if you take that, then that's to buy, not to lease. And so we could have essentially, what we probably would have done is chopped out our piece and resold the rest of
The
it.
balance. We didn't need 30 acres.
Right, so we're not asking for 30 acres, I'm asking for 100 by 100. So it's like 23 hundredths of an acre. So when you start adding what that is, that's not that much.
That's the thing, is by doing you a favor, I don't expect to be raked over the coals for it, so.
Yes, I would not allow that thing there. So I'm gonna try to sit down for on our schedule, just have it mesh. Or we can sit down and discuss it.
I did have one, just want to be sure, what are we thinking about our final adoption of the 6-year of the annual program?
Next week.
Calendar's approaching.
Yeah.
I just have extra concerns this year, that a lot of interest as far as that we're making sure we're following, not on the road program, just in general, that we have deadlines that we have to meet on certain things. Sure. Making sure because we will eventually run out of calendar to fix things.
Yes.
We already have. Yeah. So, okay, that's all. Do you have anything else for that? I am going to, as is the chair's prerogative, I have always said any former commissioners that come, if you wish it's like the legislature, if you've ever served in the legislature, you always have floor privileges for the rest of your life. So as far as I'm concerned, you have floor privileges for the rest of your life, at least the rest of my life. May not be the same thing, so.
So it's my turn.
It's your turn.
I appreciate your time and the privilege. It's been a long time since I've been somebody. And the road department, thank you so much. And I couldn't find my map anywhere of Atwood Road.
And if you wish, Ms. Fry, per the rules, while you're speaking, you can take your mask down, and that's more helpful.
Thank you.
And it helps us.
It helps us hear.
My lip reading is, I've gotten pretty good through a mask, but not 100%.
And eye reading, that's pretty
Yeah, eye
important
reading,
too. There, does that help? I have two pet roads and in your district, David, Atwood Road, which goes straight across the Major Creek, Catherine Creek Forest Service holding. And as a commissioner, the Forest Service was eager to relieve us of that responsibility. And I was eager for them not to. And as far as the general public, the people in the county, as long as we own that, it would be open to the public, which apparently is the Forest Service goal also. However, they tend to limit, especially when it comes to equestrian traffic. And it's a great roadway, great horse trail. And I just really hope that the boards of commissioners in the future will hang on to the ownerships. We all always agree to a management agreement. And yeah, it'd be practical for them to manage it. But my hope is that you, the county, don't let go of the ownership. Which leads me to the next favorite road, which is the Major Creek Road. And it's a great grade, much better than Court B. And it belongs to the county. I'm aware there's a little gating going on the top part. I don't know if that's any damage or complication. But it, to me, again, is extremely important the county retain ownership. And I know ultimately the Forest Service or trail organizations would love to have it or love you to not. Because, and another benefit to Major Creek Road is if there is a disaster, i.e. catastrophic fire up in that area, the county could run a cat down it and there you'd have a great emergency exit out of the snow country. So those two roads are very important to me that the county retain ownership, and I hope the boards, future boards, keep that in mind. And the road department. Also important. And that's my pitch. Any questions?
I will say I share your desire that we hang on to both of those.
I agree.
I appreciate
I had to look at it to find out where the one of them was because it's one I've never driven, but I think there's history and I guess I'll honor that history.
that. Former Forest Service, David, you may remember him, Art Carroll. We went to war a couple of times. He was determined to have that and not you. So he's long gone, hopefully long gone.
All those people watching.
I hear that. So that's kind of
I believe
it.
he's actually gone.
Our,
No, no.
oh,
She's safe, she's not running.
this,
So can we get a little bit more information on Atwood? I see it's on the Google Maps, but it's hard to find most any other places. We have an easement through there, or is it?
It's an old.
It's old, one of the old easements, but we don't do anything with it. Because it's mostly trail now.
It is.
They are.
maintained portion of Atwood is just, I don't know, quarter mile, third of a mile
Yeah.
past Courtney. And it just dead ends. And- But it does get used by
Right,
hiking and
yeah,
pedestrians.
Biking.
Hiking's heavy.
yes.
We have the right of way. Yeah, there was a big push back where the Forest Service wanted the county to vacate its interest in it.
What were they trying to do? Were they trying to lock it up in space?
Control the access.
It's all about control. It's always about control.
But the Forest Service, that usually ends up in lock gates. My history. with the Forest Service.
So if it's in our easement, then thus it's a county road in this. You can ride a horse, you can do it. Can you ride a motorcycle on it? Can they stop you from doing that?
I don't know, I've never gone too far past where the dead end is, so I don't know what kind of shape it's
Yeah, I
in
don't know.
for travel. But I know the bikes use it heavily. Joan may have more experience.
We leased that for quite a few years from the water boss, and it's almost drivable as it starts on down to the main old Highway 8, does connect with that. It could be maintained for vehicular
We used to,
traffic,
I mean,
but I don't think anyone wants that.
four-wheeling days, but
Do the tourists know these roads?
yeah, they're using,
Okay.
but they're
They're
using
Is
it
this
as
kind of a local secret? Or is the tourists are all over the road?
they think there's, it's a developed trail. It's really the county road, the only county road.
And the question is, if you had an agreement with the Forest Service on management, then the county would be obligated also to keep motorized vehicles off, correct?
Could be, yeah, that was a
Yeah.
requirement, yeah.
So I don't agree to motorized vehicles, but bicycles and horses, I think should be allowed to access it. And the tendency at that time was to ease horses out of the trail programs.
Yeah, now the Forest Service is trying to lock out electric bicycles. So if you have a
Really?
electric motor on your bicycle, it's not allowed.
So the pressure apparently, not only is in road decommissioning on the national forest to ease out the handicapped and elderly, it's also in their trail systems.
So, yeah.
They're lip readers for it. Yeah, and that's why it's important to me that the county holds as much right of way as they possibly can.
Well, thank you for the education about things I didn't know, but I've used in the past.
Well, I appreciate your time, and if there's anything worthless, you just come to this.
Let me ask you, because maybe you might know. So Major Creek Road in the unmaintained part, the section in the middle, partway up, there's an old homestead. I mean, there's old, but they're probably falling down now. You know who that was? When I was a kid, we called that Bigfoot Flats, but that was like a little. No, past, it's where it goes back up the hill. It crosses that's part of, there's no bridge. You just have to ford it. And you go up the hill, but you go up and there's a bench about halfway up the hill, and there was obviously a homestead or something.
You probably know more about that than I do. We were interested and we rode the length of it on horses. There's this kind of a sticky wicket where it meets Major Creek Road, where there's a creek issue and, but in an emergency, you could just go across it and then apologize later. And then the only ones I think that live up there is, what's her name?
Miles, Modine Miles.
Monique Miles. Yeah, and her now deceased husband, I think, took it upon himself to shoot it. Danny and my son-in-law, Dan Fry and my son-in-law, when they were riding in the pasture, which did not go well. Pardon?
I'm learning all sorts of things.
Yeah, it ain't unimportant. Trivia.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the only house on the bottom side, south. of me.
I know Susan, she's with WDF, Washington Fish and Wildlife, Susan Van something. Lives at the head up above, at the end of
Upper
Major
side,
Creek,
really.
yeah. And she wasn't aware it was a county road and said that there are some gates, but that would just
I haven't been from
take traffic off.
running in the last 25 years. The bottom still, it's a nice.
Yes. Yeah.
Not in the winter when the creek's running high. You gotta, there's this, I know a spot you can jump across if you're brave and parked.
Well, thank you.
Okay, well, thank
Ever
you
so
for
much.
coming in anytime. Stick around if you want, if you have time. Sheriff's up. When the sheriff's up next, when he's done. Or you can take a range.
I think I'd like to take a break. Yeah.
Okay. Drive carefully.
I will. Oh, I do. I do. Thank you.
Thank you. The sheriff who thinks he can't come in.
See you later.
See you later. I want to do the whole first row.
See you again. How you doing? Good, how are you? Good to see you.
The chairs should be.
Sit way back here.
We can actually hear you better than say.
Huh?
Catches voices in the back and it puts the speaker in the front.
Yeah.
Last week, there was a lady just talking under our guy right out of the gate because our guys are here.
Oh,
Be careful what you whisper, be careful.
Yeah, right. We can just blame it on whatever the issue is, it lost in translation, sorry.
The problem is that echoes up here like speakers when you're talking. It's a weird sound.
Nice.
Oh.
Okay.
You have extra?
Okay.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Right, I agree.
So I'm gonna need, I'll get a hold of you.
Okay, sounds good.
All right.
Okay, thank you very much.
Lighting, talking lighting.
Yeah, the lights were dim, but is that better? You can see.
Oh, they broke one already.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
we.
No.
Carmen broke what?
The light cover fixture is broke.
It wasn't broken until you put it out.
Yeah, well,
Oh.
it's my secret BB gun. Oh, right.
Our lights are on some motion sensors, so if we don't move for like 5 minutes, they turn black.
I think they got it, hopefully they got that fit, because I haven't noticed it.
I haven't noticed it.
Or a way to moving enough.
I might have had coffee, I get.
Yeah, you can.
Would you
Last,
take these off, Doc?
yes.
Thank you.
I can't see my paper with glasses.
I know.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
I like your kicks.
Getting there, it's pretty nice.
Then volunteer to do the.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
We needed it.
Yeah. Just send me an email.
Anyway, we started. There were a total of 4,745 calls for service. January 1, 2021. In addition to the calls for service, deputies served a total of 1,005 civil visitors during the same time.
These calls for service are all calls that come into dispatch. City, county, fire, all. On November 11th, KCSO took part in the Veterans Day Parade. There was a great number of attendance, regardless of the rank. Also on November 11th, the Goldendale American Legion provided a free Veterans Day dinner for all veterans and their families. The American Legion deserves a big thanks for all they do for veterans and for the citizens of their community. Under Sheriff Tim Nair and I attended the Washington Association of Sheriffs and Police Chiefs 2021 Fall Training Conference from November 15th through the 18th at the Sonoma County Lodge at Stevens. There were numerous outstanding training classes. U.S. Attorney Eastern District, Vanessa Walker, was one of the main speakers at the conference. She was a very nice lady, newly appointed. We had a chance to talk to her about some issues, and she seemed very, very nice. Hopefully good things. Chief Civil Clerk, Budget Manager, returned to work on November 29th, yesterday, from her surgery. She appears to be doing great, and we're happy to have her with us today. Chief Jail Deputy Administrator from the Ops also returned to work on November 29th, yesterday.
I heard you're gonna be in a production of Chorus Line.
Running marathons.
We're glad to have you back with us. On December 11th, 2021, the city of Goldendale will be having a candy cane lane parade that starts at 5. After the parade, there will be Santa on the porch at the museum across from Goldendale Christmas Committee has a couple of houses that goes to assist in this event. Sounds like it's gonna be a fun parade. A lot of kids. So I'll turn it over to Carmen.
I might add that following the Candy Cane Parade on December 12th will be the annual food drive that's put on. And so we'll set in the city of Goldendale and whoever else wants to volunteer, we get a huge group and we go around through the city collecting canned foods and we deliver it to the food bank. So that's something that always happens the day after the parade.
You see, if I recall, you usually get pretty good.
Oh, yeah, we get a huge turnout. Yeah, and take bags and bags of food. It's amazing. Community really comes together for that. Yeah, I returned to work yesterday. My surgery was successful. I've been antsy to come back to work for a couple of weeks, but my doctor wouldn't let me. So, but I am back. So in the month of November, the Corrections Division operated under the direction of the Undersheriff and Sheriff during my absence. Sergeant Gillum and the corporals did an excellent job keeping the facility running smoothly. They handled all of the courts, transports, medical, and mental health challenges that arose. On November 1st, 2021, Danielle Goodman started as our newest control board operator. She is currently working the night shift under the direction of Corporal Brendan Walter. She'll go through several weeks of training and then will continue to learn throughout the next year. Danny is raised here in Goldendale. She was really grateful to get this job and she's loving the new job so far. We haven't had her on day shift, so she hasn't figured out that it turns to a nightmare on day shift. So right now she likes it. Zach McBride accepted the position of road deputy and he will be transitioning into that position. This will leave another position open for the jail and we're scheduled to have a civil service test on December 4th. So currently we have 2 positions available. I did interview prior to my leaving 3 potential applicants, but we haven't made a final decision on that just because I was leaving. It was a short turnaround. And we have exhausted our civil service list, so it's time to have a new test. Superior Court had several trials in November, with one of those being an in-custody trial. Daniel Frost was found not guilty of discharge of attempting to elude. He was then extradited to Gillum County, Oregon for an attempted murder warrant. Robert Dyson Jr. or Senior was found guilty of an assault second charge and he was sentenced to 42 months in prison. That assault second charge stemmed from an incident with Detective Sergeant Anderson back a couple of months ago. Glad that he got the guilty charge and he was sent away for 42 months. Transports this month included a trip to Yakima to meet up with DOC and to Benton County to pick one up, and then we also transferred an inmate up to Eastern State Mental Hospital. I would continue to use precautions with all the new in custody to avoid having a COVID outbreak in the jail, and we've been successful so far throughout this pandemic, so pretty lucky there. We are running low on our supply of COVID tests, and I've reached out to the health department and to find a resource to order additional tests. So I'm hoping that I can get as lucky as I did last time and get up through the Department of Health, through the State Department of Health to do a process. But that's not a guarantee at this point. The jail has been closed to all public access since the pandemic began, and this included all visiting, church services, classes that were attended by the inmates. We will begin reopening on a limited basis for church services, and I've sent Dr. Ogden an email with the intent of church resuming on December 12th. We will limit the number of attendees per service, and we'll probably have to have several services throughout the day to accommodate everybody. Dr. Ogden has also been given the okay for an in-person Christmas celebration with the inmates. This will be monitored closely and have a limited amount of attendees per session. Last year, we did not do an in-person Christmas event with them, but this year, things are going pretty smoothly, and I think that we should be able to see in-person event. He brings in a stocking that's filled with oranges and goodies and usually a little Bible, and he brings in coffee and cookies, and they just sing Christmas songs for about an hour. So
All the inmates get a file.
With 2022 fast approaching, we will be reviewing the training goals for the next year. And it's a short update, but I was gone, so.
I do have a question. I was hearing on the news because of all the states' COVID requirement or you're fired. They lost a lot of Department of Corrections, and they were no longer going to be receiving or taking or exporting Department of Corrections. Is that what you're finding, or?
Yeah, so we actually had a halt in for a few weeks from October into November, where they weren't taking any new intakes because they had such a shortage of staff through DOC. And they were actually, I talked to our local DOC, and at one point they were gonna have to possibly go into the prisons and work also. So they had, I think, 1/3 of their officers walk out. So something similar with what happened with the Department of Transportation and all the other state.
But they're back to allowing.
So we are right now able to transfer. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see what happens with it, especially this winter. If we're not able to get people up to DOC with roads and stuff, if they're not plowed, or it's gonna be an interesting winter.
He's finding the consequences of his actions.
Yeah. I am prepared in the jail, though. I have pre-stocked enough dry good foods that we have stocked for 3 months supply now. And I've got enough cleaning supplies and PPE to last an additional 3 to 6 months.
What is your attendance rate for
Population,
Yeah,
30. And 2 of those are out of custody. They're in another facility. Mental health facilities.
What's your average been over the last 5 years?
5 years? Well, the last 2 years, we've dropped to half. So we've dropped, for a long time, we're running between 15 and 20 the last 2 years, but we're slowly reaching back up. Prior to that, we were running 45 to 55 inmates.
do you think we'll ever get back to that 50 number now? Oh, yeah. Stuff.
Yes,
Oh, wow.
because people are committing more violent right now. They're committing getting a different background. It's not all just drug related.
That's true.
I think we're
If
seeing a
we
lot-
pulled them off the street for drugs, they weren't breaking into houses while they were
Right.
a visitor in your facility, and now they're not. So they're breaking
Now
into
they're
houses and assaulting
breaking in.
people.
Correct.
Makes sense.
I think we're gonna see a steep increase in property crime.
We already are seeing that. It's already happening.
Auto theft is on the rise.
It's all happening. And it's all drug-related crimes.
Good.
Yeah, so we did lose another deputy for retirement. So Detective Jason Raytalk retired from our department and took a full-time position with the Dallas Police Department. He got a $10,000 signing bonus. The pay is about the same as what he was gonna be making here. So he is burning up his vacation. He's already started with the Dallas. So his last day on the books, I think, is January 3rd. And then December 30, 20, 29, 28, something like that. Jim Leininger's last day with the sheriff's office, he's retiring. And then Pat Cayley, his last day working will be first part of January, and he's gonna burn up his time off as well. We've gone through our entire civil service list. So I've been in communication with civil service. They're going to run both a lateral test. So if we can get some law enforcement that we don't have to send to an academy, we're gonna get both lateral and entry level, so we can try to get those filled.
You know, by chance, off the top of your head, your best guess on how many officers the LPD has in full roster?
I don't know those numbers, to be honest with you.
I didn't know if you had a guess.
It's in the 20s somewhere, but I don't know the
Because
exact.
I heard they had 5 openings. But I didn't know.
It's from someone I've heard 5, and then I've also heard 6. So I don't know where they were at with stuff. But they were offering quite a bit. We just got a letter in the mail from the Mill Creek Police Department. They're offering a $20,000
For laterals.
for laterals. Yeah. So the whole state is starting to add that stuff out.
Body worn cameras. And I did talk to Jen this morning. She let me know that the Department of Justice grant that I had been watching had made a change that allowed for rural that I was unaware of with a short turnaround. So we'll keep our eye out for that more in the future. But we did submit the RFP to the, it went out this morning, It went out this morning to the press, our website. It's live. I had to adjust the date just because they were gone with the WASPIC meeting and I was unavailable. But we anticipate full proposals received on December 21st.
What is that new law say we have to have the cameras on and implemented and working? Is that next summer or is that January 1st?
January.
We're coming down.
So we have the dash cameras that we could just encourage people to continue to try to use those. The body cameras get a better view of stuff. Yes, we are cutting it a little short. And there might be some stuff missed. There might be some issues down the road. But I think the dash cameras are kind of a patchwork to try to make it work for them.
One of the problems, usually with the new law, is that we're interrogating suspect, an adult, has to be on video. But that was one of the pushing factors. They didn't come out and say you have to get body cams. How else you do it?
Comply.
We also have GoPros for interrogations.
For the
So
detectives. And that picks up both audio and video. We have two of them.
Two.
Other questions from the,
So then in January, we're not gonna have body cameras and everything in place, but we do have GoPros available that we would be able to legally do everything we need to do for our two detectives.
We'll just have to figure out how to share those. And if you have, say, two deputies that have to go talk to different people, and you have a detective that has to go sit down and interview somebody, somebody's not gonna be able to do their interview until a GoPro would be available.
The other problem,
Unless they bring their person to the front of the police car to do their interview there.
that creates a problem at 2 o'clock in the morning. On. Some gentlemen were there with a possible suspect, so. So you can get that individual in front of the camera, in front of the car. Prosecutor's gonna have some problems, my understanding, with any commissioner or admissions. They do it there without.
So as a interim step, because we're behind the ball, can people use their cell phones and the camera on that to do that interview?
I would think so. I don't know how that would. We have some workarounds, but we can make it work.
That's just, I want to.
It's not gonna be easy, but we're gonna make it work.
It's not gonna be easy, it's not gonna be perfect, but no, behind the ball.
And hopefully it's just temporary.
The key to all of this is the prosecutor. Because if they don't meet quality of evidence to present in court, that's a problem. That's something we need to run by the prosecutor.
I do have a question here, calls for service law. Suicidal thoughts or threats with 3, number of suicides 3, attempted suicides 2. Is that a historical normal number, or is this, are we seeing a greater?
No, you have to also tie in the welfare checks into that. And some citizen assist, because it all depends on how the dispatcher labels that call. A lot of times people will call in and say, you know, my son is, I'll just use this as an example. My son is suicidal. I want somebody to go check on him. If the dispatcher labels that as a suicide attempt or something of that nature, that can throw it off a little bit. So if you look at the welfare checks, you know, a lot of times it's just labeled as that. The deputy goes and checks on them. Are you okay? Can I get you some help? Can I get you in touch with some services? You know, we have comprehensive mental health. We have programs for peaceful living. We've got, you know, we can take them to a hospital if they want to ride to the hospital. I mean, there's all kinds of options that we have to help them out with different services in our county.
Right, I'm trying to figure
So
out if we're seeing more of that this year than we did last year, was last year higher than the year before? Is this an increasing trend that might be related to the lockdowns or is this about the same numbers?
So I will use the welfare check as an example. On a routine basis, when I was on patrol, I would handle maybe a welfare check every week, maybe every 2 weeks, once every 2 weeks. And if you look at our numbers, I don't know what we're at right now, but it seems like it's on some days, it's multiple times a shift that you're just going from welfare check to welfare check. So there does appear to be an increase. Now, how it's labeled by dispatch is not always consistent. They're getting better at that, but there is definitely an inconsistency on how things get labeled. If the deputy uses, you know, ends up taking somebody in protective custody, and they have to go back and write a full report on what they did, then they may go back and readjust what the dispatcher put in as far as the label. They may label it correctly. If the deputy goes, they make contact with somebody, I don't need any help, just leave me alone. The deputy may do some call comments, but they're not gonna go in and write a full report. Because it's not, there's nothing that they would need to document that would be necessary. So then the report would rely on however the dispatchers label that. So it's, there does appear to be more of those calls. I hear that from the deputies. I monitor it myself. I go to some of those to assist. But it's definitely worse from, the last 2 years from prior years.
Right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Two quick things.
Yeah.
One, finish up and I have been working with some citizen groups to establish funding for animal health. We actually, city ended up closing their shop. If you look at our log, 242 falls were one of the highest stats. And we got 23 animal bites and attacks. So animal running at large in the county is an issue and it was in the city. And I think it should be a shared thing between the city and county. We're going to try to see if funding, fundraisers, or contact Gina Oscar and see if we can get some money. Get on the possibility. So it is an issue, it's a concern with the general public. We have a lot of cases where the people neglected. Shifting gears. The other issue is security of this. I don't know if anybody. But if it's not, the safety job. We got talking about that yesterday. Not sure where it's at. But of course, it's a decision. We wanted to help it.
I appreciate a little bit of that discussion with Public Works before you got here.
I know the fire department has made multiple requests to be able to at least walk through. And I've tried asking around as well. I went and snooped. This is a beautiful building. Thank you for putting the effort into getting this thing put together. It is definitely a beautiful building.
If any of you or anybody wants a tour in the fire department or anybody else, have them reach out to me. I'll show up any day of the week and do it if they're not getting what they need.
I will pass that on because I've been approached by the command staff for the fire department, which I am no longer part of, but I'm still part of the fire department, just not.
If they're not getting what they need, let me know.
Okay.
But, call me, I will get them what they need.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Do you have the key for me? Okay,
Still haven't gotten the,
I've got the title.
okay,
It's,
when you gonna deliver it to me?
I can deliver it.
Avery's his assistant. I will get it for you, ma'am.
Awesome. So we'll make this go right.
You're ready for lunch? Mr. Chairman, I move that we recess for lunch and come back at 1 o'clock.
Give a motion a second to recess until 1 o'clock. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. For recess. Stop recording.
Just gotta figure out all the gizmos.
Yes. Start pulling wires out of it. It's- There it is.
And now our mic works.
Okay, I will call the meeting to order. Let the record show that all three commissioners are present. We'll start first with our pledge of allegiance. We'll keep in my normal spot. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. A citizen.
A citizen.
Mr. Chairman, make a motion to approve the business agenda as presented.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to adopt the business agenda as presented. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye, motion passes. So that brings us to citizen comment. This is an opportunity for citizens to address the Board of Commissioners on any item that is not on the agenda later in the meeting. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes or less. We'll start in chambers first. If there's any, we have a couple citizens here. Any public comment at this time?
Oh, wait a minute.
Okay. Not at this time. Okay, I will go to 7211 on online.
My name is Greg Wagner. I'm with Cease. Klickitat County zoning ordinance 5.16 states, for any project estimated to exceed $1 million in value, the applicant will be billed for the county's actual cost, including staff costs and fees of consultants employed by the county for the purposes of evaluating the application and advising the county. This applies to Mochi Lindblad, the three commissioners, the director of economic development, the building department, public works, fire, and so on. The county has not billed Under Canvas or the solar corporations for their time, just to name a few. This has gone on for years, and the county has lost money. You do not bill the corporations, but when a citizen files an appeal against one of these corporations, you bill those citizens $4,000 for county staff costs to process the appeals. This shows the county places the needs of big business over the citizens. Mochi Lindblad stated she was instructed by legal counsel not to bill those corporations. I want to know who was the legal counsel that advised her to do that. David Cannell, the prosecuting attorney, stated that the legal counsel was a private legal firm hired in 2015. Is Mochi Lindblad supposed to take orders from a private legal firm? This is violating the ordinance laws. If the citizen violates the zoning ordinances, they are prosecuted. Why is it okay for the county not to follow the zoning ordinances? Why are you violating the zoning ordinances as commissioners and knowingly allowing other employees to do the same? If you do not bill these corporations for their $1 million projects, then you should refund all the $4,000 application fees that citizens have paid to file their appeals against these corporations. When are you going to follow your own zoning ordinances, which are laws according to prosecuting attorney David Cannell? You are violating your own laws. When are you going to abide by it? And the best of the employees. Thank you.
Mr. Wagner. We are still on citizen comment. I'll come back into the room. This I'm reserving your right. Okay, I'm gonna go back online if there is anyone that wishes to provide public comment. Unmute yourself, *6 if you're on a phone. Oh, Lynn Mason, go ahead.
Hi, Commissioners. Thank you. First of all, I just wanted to comment on the new place that you are having your meetings, which looks lovely, and congratulations. I will say this, though, that the sound quality of the meetings is very challenging from my perspective. There's a lot of background noise that gets picked up. Anyone moving anything on the desk, clicking. I think Commissioner Sauter mentioned that earlier about it picks up a pin drop in the background, and it does, but there's also feedback. So I don't know if it's just because of the acoustics of that room that's changed or what, but it seems like the sound quality is not as good as it was in the other location. So I just wanted to point that out. The video is better though, and seeing who's speaking. The other comment I just want to make observation is that when the sheriff and the undersheriff were presenting, and I hear from a lot of people just coming into the chambers or the commissioners themselves, for someone that lives on the west side, I feel like we are forgotten, and also that any activities that are happening on the west side are forgotten. I mean, the sheriff was going through a long list of what's happening in Goldendale, which I often hear him do. But last time I checked, he wasn't the sheriff of Goldendale, he was the sheriff of the county. And we have, a tree lighting ceremony coming up in White Salmon. We had a Thanksgiving dinner that one of the businesses did for residents, and there's other stuff going on in Lisle. We never hear about these things, so just a reminder that there's people on the west side too, and they would like to hear about what's happening out here, and also just to be noticed. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Mason. And go ahead.
This is Commissioner Christopher. I just wanted to point out for you and everybody else, we've mentioned it a couple of times, but you may not have heard. We do have some air conditioning issues going on in the building, so things are a little loud. They're working on fixing those to get rid of that. We also understand the people have trouble hearing on Zoom. I did last night, so we have mics on order, and they will be here eventually, and hopefully that improves the sound. Other than that, it's just acoustics, which I don't know that there's a fix for. So we're working on what we can to get the sound better.
As I said, thank you, Ms. Mason. I'm gonna go back to the chambers, give folks the opportunity.
Why not?
Sometimes it's hard, yeah.
Please give us your name for the.
Kathy Moko Goldendale. I've been attending these meetings recently and also listening to the talk show on the radio. I've known Mr. Anderson and Mr. Simon for many years. Dave and not so long. Both of them are highly upstanding people, honest, grew up here, have families here, and to listen to all these people that are not even from here say terrible things about you, I find disgusting. It goes on and on and on. Our county has been run very responsibly for years and years. And I think if you check in the state of Washington, this is probably one of the most inexpensive places you could live. Our property taxes are very low. And it seems to me that these people, if it's really that awful here, I could go back wherever they came from. Anyway, I just find it terrible. that these people that don't know what they're talking about are so mean and nasty and disparaging. So I feel sorry for you guys. Thank you.
Smoko? I'm gonna go online, see if there's anyone that wishes to provide public comment. Let's see anybody, so I'm gonna come back to the room. We have a new player. Not at this time.
Still reserving their time.
Still reserving your time, or not at all. It's a public meeting. Okay, well, I will give folks online the opportunity, if you change your mind, *6 or unmute yourself, turn your camera on and wave your hand around, whatever it takes. I guess while we're waiting, I will comment on Ms. Moko's comments that I generally don't listen to the morning talk show because it's become unproductive, I would say. I share the concern that I think there's a lot of uninformed comments that are flying around on that talk show and other talk shows too. And so, we just
And
do.
here also.
And here also, and I think we hear some of those here as well. That I just encourage people to try to get the facts, to learn the truth about things. If I think people are making assumptions and making decisions on inaccurate information. It's like if those things were true, then yes, you would have every right to be upset and to be, but generally from what I have heard, both in person and these are not actual facts. They're misstatements of facts. There are partial facts that are skewed to support a certain point of view, I guess. And it is unfortunate as a lifelong resident of Klickitat County, it is really disturbing to me to see the turmoil that is being brought out there and I'm not sure exactly what to do about it. I'm not sure exactly what our response should be. People have First Amendment rights. They can say what they want. But just because you can doesn't mean you should. And it's just disappointing. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I would, Mr. Christopher, I would also add, there seems to be a pattern of ask a question, get an answer. It's not the answer you want, so you flip the answer to what you want and then scream about it on public radio to where the citizenry are believing what you're saying when what you're saying is not the answer you were given. To fit a political narrative, which I think is essentially to win their argument no matter what. And if that takes turning the county against the 3 commissioners to get all 3 commissioners replaced so that they can have a different answer for their project, that's the goal. And in doing so, I think they're really tarnishing not only this county, they're tarnishing the commissioners' reputations. But they're also doing a disjustice to our country and our flag and our government. And I don't like it, I don't appreciate it, but again, First Amendment rights, they can say whatever they want, even if it's not true. So it's unfortunate.
Okay, we are still in citizen comment. I just want to give folks an opportunity to have them. Who does? Oh, Ruby, go ahead.
Hi, Ruby Irving, Klickitat County Solid Waste. Just to kind of bank on what the other lady was saying, Miss Mason. We do occasional updates with the different cities on the different sides of the county. And it's really nice to be able to kind of interact and see what's going on over there. And I'm wondering if there would be some way of being able to maybe have like a short panel with the commissioners on what's going on in their districts to kind of keep us updated too. Because sometimes, like, I don't know what's going on over there all the time, but we have a lot of programs and stuff that are definitely directed over in that part of the county. But it'd be nice to kind of hear what other things are going on besides solid waste stuff and that. So that's just my comment.
Go ahead.
It's Commissioner Christopher again. Did past boards, didn't they used to have updates from the mayors every quarter or something? I seem to, I mean, maybe when I was sitting in the audience, it just happened accidentally, but it seemed like it was at least somewhat common to have updates from the cities. Is that how it is?
No, I think my recollection, I guess.
No, most of the time, a city would come in because of a certain
Let's say maybe
matter.
that's
Yeah, it's
issue.
specific.
Maybe they were
land
asked
use
for
or,
something.
The commissioners attend the various community councils and sometimes the city council meetings.
Right.
And usually the commissioners would keep themselves updated.
Right.
Okay, we are still in citizen comment. I want to make sure folks have an opportunity.
I will.
Okay, go ahead.
I have to collect my thoughts,
Okay, that's okay.
You can mask off to speak, sir.
All right. Susan Kelsey Goldendale. I'm kind of going from Ms. Moko's statement. We've been talking for a while now about a couple of the groups, Solar Farm and Under Canvas, in their pursuit of not having things happen in the county, which is fine. It's the way you go about it. And my question is, they continue to say the same things over and over again in their accusations. And is there a route that they should be taking if they feel that you're breaking the law? I mean, coming here and saying this over and over again, it's not going anywhere. And if they had evidence, would it not go to the prosecutor? And then they would investigate to see if these accusations have any relevance at the legality. For them to continue to malign not only our commissioners, but to also malign our county directors and other officials. And not only that, the people who work for the county. I mean, it's not just you, it's everybody involved in this whole thing. And I'm getting tired of either they need to put up or shut up. So if they have evidence, I would encourage them to give it to somebody who would investigate the legality of it. And let's just move on.
Ms. Kelsey, we are still in citizen comment. Go back online if there's anybody that wishes to provide public. Elaine Harvey, go ahead.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Elaine Harvey, Goldendale. I just kind of would like to respond a little bit to the previous lady, and that there's enough evidence out there with the previous EISs, such as for the Lund Hill Solar project, where they just copy and pasted a bunch of that from a wind farm EIS, and they just used it as a solar EIS, which did not address solar impacts to the environment, where they're just copying and pasting even the safety information in there. So part of the safety protocols, if there was an emergency they would call a ambulance from Oregon, from the county across the river, and they would call an ambulance from Oregon to come to Lund Hill Solar at Roosevelt. Now, why would you do that if it's a life or death situation? Wouldn't you want to call the nearest ambulance in Goldendale or in Yakima County? I mean, that's sufficient evidence right there that these EISs are not efficient, that they don't, they're not, it's just a bunch of copy and paste. And it was signed off and approved. And now there's a Bluebird Solar coming up and a potential Night Road Solar. And are all of these EISs going to be copy and pasted? And oh yeah, let's call the ambulance from across the river in Oregon, where they have to go to Biggs, all the way back around to Roosevelt to save someone's life. Now, that's efficient evidence right there in regards to if someone, you know, really wants to look into it, and these EISs are getting approved, and the SEPA also. So that is my comment in regards to her comment. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Harvey.
Mr. Chairman, I have a clerical question that you might be able to answer. I might need to double check, but you might be able to answer. I believe that I am not misspeaking if I say that Mapleton and Roosevelt chose to not be in our EMS district and not receive ambulance service from Goldendale, which they get their ambulance service from across the river. Is that you?
I couldn't say whether they're getting their, where they're getting their service per se. I can say that they're not. They chose to not be part of the EMS district and be primarily served out of the EMS district.
Thank you, sir.
I think they get out of it for overcoming.
But they voted on that as an EMS.
We are still in public comment. Is there anybody in the audience in chambers that wishes to provide public comment? No, I will go back online. Gabrielle Gilbert, go ahead.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Excellent. Congratulations on your new building. I want to go back to this discussion about daycare in the county, because I feel that that there has to be a larger role that the county does embark on. I don't think you can have a true conversation about economic development. I don't feel that you can have a plan put out for a decades-long economic growth and not have daycare and childcare as part of that plan. And if you, as county employers, know that you have employees that require daycare availability, I think that there are plenty of examples that exist in other counties in this state and even in Oregon where they have successfully created daycare availability. And it is not enough to fall on the idea that there was a committee out of WAGAP that really was a non-binding committee that researched what they researched, and you can take that research and use it, but it is non-binding, and therefore you just pass it off as we did something, when really the rubber meets the road when you actually have daycare availability crafted out of the county. And I think it is vital to the economic development. Thank you for your time, and thank you for all you do.
Thank you, Ms. Gilbert. One correction, I appreciate your congratulating on us on our new building, but it's actually it's all of ours. And this is not the commissioner's building, it's the people's building. And it's certainly our hope that, we built it for the use of everybody. It is a beautiful building, but it does belong to homes. Since we're all gonna pay for it.
Commissioner Sauter, I have no doubt, and I push that you guys need to come into the building that you built in the West End called the Pioneer Center and have more regular meetings on the West End. So I absolutely understand that it is the citizens building.
Thank you. Okay, we are still in citizen comment. I'll come back in the room. Not 4901, go ahead.
Good afternoon. Did you say 4901?
That is correct. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, commissioners. I would like to know how much money the county is going to be asking for in a supplemental budget for next Tuesday's public hearing at 1:30. How much money is the county asking for?
Yeah, can we have your name for the record, please?
Well, okay, this is Sherry, and I don't know if I'm required to give my name, but it's Sherry. And I would like to know how much money the county is going to be asking for a supplemental budget that you will be having a public hearing for next Tuesday at 1:30. Because I would like to educate myself, and perhaps you could educate the other citizens who are listening in on how much money the county will be requesting for additional money for your budget, and how does the county plan on collecting this additional money and paying the budget back?
That public hearing is coming up.
Right, I would say, Ms. Bosque, that public here, that there will be a published, the documents, if they're not available, will be available with a full disclosure is available on our website. It has all of the details of the supplemental budget, including the expenditures and revenues to back those proposed supplemental budget.
Can you give me a total of how much the county will be asking for?
Again, Ms. Bosque, it's all available. It's not, that's a detailed answer. It can be, and I don't want to misspeak, as I know that you hang on every word I say. And so I would encourage you to get that number, which is available, for yourself.
So I am correct that the county will be asking for additional money for the budget. And can you explain quickly how you plan on collecting that money to repay this amount of money that I have to research and find out about?
We will be collecting.
How will the county pay it back?
Well, it's money already received to the county.
Go ahead. This is, I guess, we will have
money in our bank account.
Jen Bartley is the finance manager. Go ahead.
Sherry, I did receive your email. I have not had a chance to respond as of yet. I will get back to you when I have a moment, but I'm hearing throughout the afternoon.
Okay, because I do think it's important, if the county commissioners hold a public hearing, that you educate the public on what you're having a hearing about, so we can make appropriate comments, so you can hear the voices of the people in order to make a decision for the voices of the people. So I was hoping you could give the public an amount, because I heard 2.5 million plus. Now I've heard 4 million something. So I'm just really curious how much money the county is wanting from the citizens.
Ms. Bosque, your time has elapsed. I will.
Okay. All right.
Answer.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Christopher. Yes, it was 2.3 and now it's 4.3. But the 4.3 is really $2 million we already have from lost revenues that are coming out of the general fund, going into the budget, and then being expensed out of the budget. So the same $2 million is being counted twice, which makes it $4 million, even though it's really only 2. It's all revenues that are already collected. There's no new. And if anybody out there, any citizen wants to know about the budget, talk about the budget, give me their opinion about the budget, I am more than happy to meet with any of them. We can sit over the entire budget book and tell their heart's desire, however many hours that is, so that they can fully understand the budget. I'm more than willing. They just have to reach out and ask for
Okay, I look forward to hearing from Jen Bartley because I think she'll have the most detailed information. Thank you.
Okay, you are still in public comment. I'm gonna go us a little bit. 3376. Please try to be brief.
Commissioners, Ken McCune, Golendale. I'm still concerned about the fact that you're going to destroy the old PUD building, which is a courthouse annex. I think that needs to be put in front of the citizens to decide whether or not anybody out there would want to take that building and keep it as a commercial building or whatever they want to do with it. I got a problem with one or two people deciding the fate of that building. I think it needs to be preserved. I'm going to put it out there for the public to contact you guys. Get everybody I talk to, all my friends thinks that it's a bad idea to tear that building down. So if you would consider turn it into a surplus item, let the private sector get it, and then go from there. It's a beautiful old building. They've already put hundreds of tens of thousands of dollars into it. It just seems a shame to think about tearing it down when there may be somebody out there willing to preserve it and use it and keep the downtown Golden area a little more vital economically. There's no, we've had all these buildings burned down. Nobody ever replaces any of them. Now you're going to tear down one that probably could be preserved. You need to leave it up to the private sector. Why do one or two of people in the planning department get to make all the decisions? Why can't you let the public have a chance at it? So you can expect a letter to the editor from me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. McCune, but I do want to make sure we're correcting the record, is that it's not one or two people in the planning department that make these decisions. This entire plan went through an extensive public process that identified what buildings were going to be torn down, replaced with parking lots as were required by city permits. That whole plan was displayed to the public on multiple occasions, including at the fairgrounds over 2 different fairs. And so I just want, you can certainly advocate to not have that building torn down and to change the plan. And I totally support your ability to be able to advocate for that, but make sure that when you are writing a letter to the editor, that it is accurate and that you are using facts, not what is being propagated out potentially either on the morning talk show or whatever. Get the facts and make sure that, because otherwise it really damages your credibility when the fact, or I hope it does later when the facts actually come out. So please advocate.
Well, what are the facts? What are the facts then, Dave?
The facts are, is what I said, is that plan to remove that building at the same as this was, the new construction was a 5-year process that went through a planning process with many, many interactions with the public. And so when you're saying things about how the public hasn't had an opportunity to say anything about it, that's not accurate. That's not true. They didn't say anything about that. That doesn't mean that they can't say something about it now. That's fine. They can certainly do that. It would require, sorry, it's my own timer, a change in our permit, meaning the requirements that the city put on us for additional parking to support this building. So just, I want to move us along though. So you can have 10 seconds.
Sorry, Ken, I just wanted to clarify, last week you called, asked about our insurance rates. I told you it was 400 and some odd thousand. That was just a piece of it. The actual full insurance rate is 1.4 million. So just wanted to clarify that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I had one person in line. Did we? Okay, so that concludes our public comment because we are actually past time. Thank you all for your comments. I will now move us along to a time set aside for public hearings, public meetings, and bid openings. Our first public meeting to consider approval of boundary line adjustment, BLA 2021-05. This is between parcel number 0318-1251. 0001/00 and parcel 03-13-1200-0001/00. Both in the Goldendale area-ish, that seems, I can say. I don't consider that Goldendale. The applicant is 101 Bar Ranch LLC.
Goodnoe Hills.
Goodnoe Hills, I guess we'll just say. We will start with a brief staff.
Okay, this is Denise from the planning department. This BLA 2021-05, the applicant's 101 Bar Ranch LLC is a proposal to adjust the common property line between those two parcels. However, it's parcel 03-18-1200-001. The proposed BLA is located in a portion of Goldendale with no hills vicinity. The administrative review of this boundary line adjustment has been completed. Signatures have been obtained from the road health and planning departments, including the treasurer's office. All conditions attached to the preliminary approval have been met. If the board finds that it's in the public's interest to approve this boundary line adjustment, a motion will be needed to grant final approval of BLA 2021-05 applicants 101 Bar Ranch.
Thank you. This is a public meeting, so it's not required that I open it to public comment, but I will if there's anybody that wishes to provide comment on this boundary line adjustment. Let the record show no one wish to provide.
Hello,
Oh, go ahead.
Elaine Harvey. I just want to know what's the purpose of this proposal? Is it because of, has to do with the grape vineyards or windmills or water pump storage, or what's the purpose? Property, what's the purpose of the application for this?
To adjust the common boundary.
It is, yeah, the purpose is just to adjust the common law boundary as to what their reasoning is. That's not really a relevant question. If it meets the criteria, you're allowed to adjust the boundary between.
Okay, the reason I want to know is because I know there's tribal allotments in the area. So that's my purpose of my questioning.
Okay.
And I know, there's tribal allotments in the Goodnoe Hills area on top of the ridge as well as down the ridge. So
Basically, they just switched their east-west line to a northwest line. It may have to do with access, but I don't know. They didn't, both lots still have access, so they didn't change any access, but they meet our current ordinance requirements for this adjustment. They're meeting the zoning.
I just looked, Elaine, I didn't see any tribal allotments on any of the common boundary lines for either of these parcels.
okay, because I just didn't want any tribal allotments right away or anything like that impacted.
Okay, no, definitely a relevant question on your part. Okay, any other questions? If not, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to approve boundary line adjustment BLA 2021-05.
I would second the motion.
We have a motion and a second to approve boundary line adjustment BLA 2021-5. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye, motion passes.
We're moving to agenda. On agenda item 2, which is appointing, appointing Board of Equalization for District 1. We ever have a conversation on that workshop on the agenda? And necessarily what?
It was the only applicant we had.
Like I said, not opposing, just didn't realize it came before us.
I think that's what I was just talking about.
With that?
only one.
I would make a motion to accept the consent agenda with all 67.
We do, we're. Yeah, we have another public hearing.
Oh, there it is. Sorry, my bad.
Thank you, you're trying to be efficient. You're worried, Jen.
Then I will.
Okay, our next order of business, is public hearing to consider adoption of the Klickitat County Capital Improvement Plan for the years 2022 through 2027. So I will now declare that public hearing open for that person. We will accept public testimony both in favor of, opposed to, or neutral, that's not matter, on the proposed 2022 to 2027 capital improvement plan. We'll start with Jen Bartley, fiscal manager, to provide a brief overview of the capital improvement.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Before you, you have the capital improvement plan as presented. It works throughout multiple workshops. Within that, you can note that there are some footnotes in there. Those footnotes were the latest workshop with the approval to carry budget allotment over from 2021 into 2022. Understand that those are not in the preliminary budget because the budget was posted beforehand. So those will have to go through a supplemental process. Additionally, I would like to propose that we continue this hearing until December 7th to coordinate with the preliminary budget adoption and allow for Public Works to finalize their road project adoptions.
I will, yes. So I think what I would like to do procedurally is go ahead and allow public comment, let people, and then if there are people, if the board chooses to, which I would definitely support, but continuing this to the 7th also, just to mesh everything back up, or mesh everything, not back up, but up. But I will now open the public hearing for the purpose of receiving public testimony on the 2022-2027 capital improvement. I will note that comments regarding the 6-year road plan and annual road program have already been heard during these road hearings and will not be heard today. So if folks want to comment about road specific things that are part of the 6-year plan, this is not the appropriate time. So now I will give an opportunity. I will look in the room first. If there's anybody, perhaps one person that might want to provide public comment on the 6-year road or the capital improvement plan. Yes. I'll give you an opportunity. You can come back to you. Now I'm going to go online and see if there is anybody in Zoom that wishes to provide comment on the 2022-2027 capital improvement. Please raise your hand, *6, unmute yourself if you're on the phone. See anybody. Okay. So I have a question from more of a logistics standpoint. We're going to continue this over. If there are going to be things firmed up as far as on public works on their roads, should we allow the public to have an opportunity opportunity to comment on those. So I guess what I'm asking is if we're gonna continue it, we should also continue the comment period until the 7th as well. Because if there are any tweaking or any final changes, the public should have an opportunity.
I believe
Madam
we
Clerk.
closed it to oral comments on.
The road, I'm not talking about the roads. So I guess if there was anything, is that the only changes that we're anticipating, just the adoption of
I
the
believe
6-year road?
procedurally, we need to adopt the road plan first, the budget and the capital improvement plan in that order. Historically, that's been that way. So I would feel comfortable continuing in that format at least through this year.
Okay, you could leave it open for written comment.
Could we- This one open for written comment, just like we did for the budget.
Is that, okay. I will go in the room one more time before I close. This will be oral. If someone, we will leave the record open for written comment. Anybody that wants to write written comment on the capital improvement. Okay, I will now close the public hearing to further oral public testimony on the capital improvement plan. I would suggest. Yeah. I mean, it would be prior to adoption.
Well, I just wanted to bring it up.
Okay.
These items they're called carryover, but they're not in that fund, they're in our general fund. So when we last received our latest capital fund, there was two numbers. One included a request for reserve. Request for reserve. But either way, I wanted to make sure the board was well aware that the dollar amount that's in there, like our finances person said, will require a supplemental if we continue next year. And doing all of the stuff on there. Supplemental of 300. But I thought the number that we granted.
And the difference is the carryover of projects that were scheduled to be constructed in this year that were not built, the funds were not expended.
Well, they weren't expended, but they were never, so their general fund, reserve fund, they're not budgeted fund. So they would, you might as well just call it as gonna be. I just want to make sure everybody's aware of that. Because when it was budgeted, I was under the assumption that those funds were given. Sitting in the 303, just didn't get done this year, so they wanted to use those next year. A new item amplified.
I don't know, do we typically do
We've
that?
done it both ways where the chairman just.
I know,
continues it.
but I've also learned this last year that the chairman sometimes is doing things that
Be consistent.
were consistent with past practice, but,
But this year, you guys haven't.
and it was by assent. I mean, meeting, it wasn't like against, so it was a de facto, but we've tried to kind of clean that stuff up, so. So I would suggest, yeah, motions are always the.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to continue the hearing for the adoption of Klickitat County Capital Improvement Plan 2022-2027 to Tuesday, December 7th. Closing the record for further oral testimony, leaving it open for until that time.
I would second the motion.
Okay, I have a motion to second to continue this hearing over until next week. 7th, any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye, motion passed. Sparkly. Okay, I have a motion to second on the consent agenda. wave something around. Oh, no, I was the smart building that shuts the lights off if we don't move. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Motion passes. Yes, please.
Have Public Works look into that.
Yeah, I thought we had it because I didn't do it this morning.
Well, usually I could just recline in my chair and kick it off.
You did move further.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, to make a motion to pay the accounts payable warrants expended $37,642.58. The payroll benefit warrants $1,082,491.11 for the date ending.
Okay, I will step down and second that motion. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Aye, motion passes. A little bit ahead.
I'm gonna go call Spirit Court and see, let them know they can come over now.
Yeah, I don't know how much I have. I was eyeball floating. Do you want to announce it?
No, we just, if we left it, what's that called, constructed?
I'll mind the farm for you.
So weird.
It is weird, because he's moving his hand a little bit, but it must not be a big enough motion.
We are recording.
We are. Yep.
No,
Oh, here's the judge.
Yeah. Looking, oh, he's hilarious. Is he
no. Is he looking for the right place?
He
Oh my
knows,
God.
He knows, okay.
yeah,
Oh, maybe.
Debbie's out there. I told her.
You tighten up your little thing.
Yeah.
I don't know how you can sit it.
Dave, that was good. Yeah, so that little, I thought, whoa, I thought it was gonna fall over there.
I thought it was too. That's how I'm on the edge of like,
Yeah.
I'm leaned in.
I'm just grateful to know that even though we are in this little office, we can still hear Casey laugh.
Yes.
Did you just hear it?
I did.
Yes. Perfect.
It's a happy.
Yes, it is.
Yes. The best. I love it. Oh, there she is. She's gonna be embarrassed when we tell her that.
For you, anyway. Wait till they get to the color coordinator.
Yeah, we got that.
If we are still recording, should I go ahead and pause it while we're waiting for the judge?
Yeah, why don't we go
Thought he was. Good, you're live.
Funny, because in the courtroom, it's red when it's live.
Oh, is it
which
really?
always distracting.
Oh,
It's
so
like,
it's the
I guess it's danger, yeah.
So,
Yeah, I'm not sure I got a few copies, I'm just trying to open the handout, write a few things here. You're welcome.
Thank you, sir. We can share.
Yeah,
I can share.
you sure? I got two more.
I will.
Yeah, maybe I do.
You did all that work. You have a good Thanksgiving.
I did. Are the kids home? Of course, I'm sure I'm a little bit broker as a result of them kids coming home quickly. You know, it was nice to have them back for a few days.
Good to be home now, go away.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. It's nice that they went home, back, we're back to school.
all right. Well, welcome, Judge.
Well, thank you. Let's start off, thank you guys for taking some time to be with me. I really wasn't sure why. Unfortunately, as you know, some decisions that were made, I'm starting to get more actively involved in what's going on with regards to the request regarding some cuts that were done down at the juvenile department. And so when I started talking with some of the individuals and they were talking with Larry down there, I just wanted to have an opportunity to try to come and talk to you just so I could maybe a little better idea and also to make a plea to the commissioners as well. And regarding the requested cuts that have been made here, try to figure out what's going on. Part of this is I've been speaking with Judge Hanson as well, because some of these changes that are needing to be made as a result of some of the things that have been decided already, such as Larry decided to retire, it impacts more than just the juvenile department. It also impacts the adult probation. I don't have a lot of involvement with adult probation, as I've said over the years. They help us out with the Drugs No More program a little bit, but most of the adult probation stuff is dealt with by our district court judges, Judge Hanson and Judge Baker over there. So, but also it was not meant to be anything other than to tell thank you. I wasn't sure if Larry was going to be here or not, just to thank him again for his willingness to step up 5 years ago. When I first stepped into this role, I had a number of things that had to be done. I had to fill a juvenile court administrator position down in Skamania County. I had to fill a juvenile court administrator position up here. Speaking with Keith, who was retiring after a lifetime here as a juvenile court administrator, it kind of came to, there was a pitch made to have Larry fill both the juvenile court administrator and the adult probation role, which obviously provided some benefits, I think, to everybody, allowed some continuity with somebody here from within the county to fill that role, because I wasn't sure what we were going to get coming in to fill that spot. Also resulted in some, I know, financial savings as well by having somebody fill 2 roles with a stipend from one, obviously not a full scale payment that they were getting for having to fill that adult probation position. So out there. So, but mostly, I know that my understanding is that the commissioners have asked that the juvenile department cut approximately about $200,000 from their budget. I know when speaking with Debbie and speaking with Larry, I understand that that's a significant portion of their budget. That was, I understand, 27% of their salaries and benefits, and about 21% of their overall budget out there. Larry, in talking with him, has decided to retire, which results in about $134,000, rounding numbers out, as to what his salary is. We do need to fill that position, the juvenile court administrator position. And I talked to Rob, we started getting that application process started so we can get someone to fill that in. It's looking at the other members of the juvenile department to get to that, essentially around the $200,000 portion rather than substantially higher. It results in, there's really only 2 positions that gets us there. One of those is the CASA juvenile CASA coordinator, PL coordinator position, which is about $66,000, or the office manager position, it's about $66,000. Gets you to right around the $200,000 mark there. Obviously, we're going to need an office manager in there to fill those roles that are there. Filling in, taking one of the probation counselors, either a probation counselor 1 or 2, their salaries are about $90,000 or $100,000. Gets you, when you take that with Larry's savings from his salary, up to about $225,000 to $235,000. That also, depending upon what we do, what happens with the adult probation department and what changes are made there and who's brought in there, there's $14,000 that was a stipend that was paid to Larry from that department as well. So whether with that Larry retiring is no longer going to be that $14,400 stipend over there, plus his $134,000, you're at about $148,000 or $50,000 with just his savings there, depending upon what happens with filling that role over the adult probation. I spent some time talking to Rick today, and I know he's going to speak with you and had some questions. I think he's going to be reaching out over here within the next day or so, trying to figure out what to do with that. I know there's been a lot of discussions about Courtney and her ability to try to fill that position. I think everybody agrees would do wonderful in that position, and I agree as well. I know there's some things that need to be done to make sure she can satisfy the requirements of that position, and hopefully that will be satisfied shortly. But I just, more than anything, is going to ask the commissioners to go ahead and reconsider whether or not to make that full $200,000 cut this year. I'm going to be bringing in a juvenile court administrator, either somebody from within the department or somebody outside the department. My preference always is to fill from within. I did that in Skamania County when I filled the role down in Skamania County. I promoted the juvenile probation counselor down there to the juvenile court administrator role. As you can see, and one of the things I just handed out, and I think you've seen it because you approved it, was the job description for a juvenile court administrator. And so whoever comes in and fills that role is going to have a lot of, it's a uphill battle to start with. My juvenile court administrator who's been down there in Skamania County, I think, is finally feeling like she's in a position to properly do that job after about 5 years. So there's going to be a lot on their plate as they get started in filling that role initially. Having that person, whoever does come in, have some ability to have some input or say in how we reorganize the juvenile department will be very beneficial, very helpful as we look at potentially making that additional cuts at the part they're requesting the department in the following year. We've looked at some other things as well with regards to potentially making some additional cuts to the budget. I think looking there, I don't think I handed that out, but I think we could come up with about a $6,000 more with regards to cuts from the budget, which would give us a little bit more of a savings there. Again, as I talked about, there's the $14,400 stipend savings that'll be without having to pay Larry as the adult, his role on adult probation. Also, we are going to be losing our juvenile court, or not juvenile, our GAL or CASA coordinator, which is fully grant funded as of, I think, June 30th of this year, which won't be refilled, so we'll be losing that position as well, which may result in us not being able to continue to contract with Skamania County to provide the GAL coordinator position services down there. It's not a lot, but it's about $12,000 that we bring in up here as a result of handling those services that are out there. So more than anything, I just, like I said, want to come here and ask the court commissioners to reconsider the need to make a full $200,000 cut this year as we try to figure out what we're doing. We're filling that role of the juvenile court administrator, allowing that person to have some input and say how we're going to make those additional cuts and reorganizing the office. For a while, two of the probation officers have been serving as part with the juvenile or adult probation as well. Tom Akins and Melanie have both been having some of their duties, responsibilities have revolved around them serving in the adult probation and filling a role over there as well. I understand just based on my meeting here shortly that they got word that as of December 1st that they were not going to be doing that anymore. That's obviously going to impact what's going to happen over at adult probation and trying to look at how they're going to fill their role and doing all their duties over there as well. And I'm happy to try to work with them and try to figure out a way we can make this combination happen. It's obviously a difficult time of year for everybody at the juvenile department right now, knowing that there may be additional cuts that need to come and people losing their jobs. So more than anything else, I wanted to come and see if there was questions, maybe to kind of get an idea. If I can try to answer some of those questions about what the commissioners may have with regards to making these further cuts and trying to figure out how to reorganize the juvenile department, which they're very good at doing.
Go first. Go ahead, Bernie.
My perspective, see if it's correct me, is that our need, it really is economics. It's dollars. It's not people. As far as what our desire was, as far as and we certainly recognized that there would be impacts from having that large of a reduction. For myself, one of the factors I looked at and why I was willing to do that is I looked at the staffing levels and the workload levels of our juvenile department compared to comparable counties, other things around the state of Washington. So while I think we have had an excellent department that provided very robust services, which is a great thing if you can afford to do. So we had to, as we were balancing the budget, we had to look for ways that we could make reductions in cash from what the contribution that the county provides to both those departments. And this was just the number that came up. I am not unsympathetic of the difficulty with Larry is a very has a unique skill set that he has used in that role and his role with the adult probation. That you're correct, we have benefited from that as far as the county has, as far as he inserted on both sides. It's unfortunate that, I mean, and Larry, it's certainly his, Mr. Barker, it's his right to choose now to retire from the department. That's what he wishes to do. It's it's unfortunate because that new person, you have to have a new court administrator. And that is gonna be a hard thing for them as far as to try to, you're gonna have this, they're gonna be coming into a department that is not, it's not the status quo, that there will obviously have been staff reductions. They align there as well, but I don't think there's a willingness on the part of the board to be considered. On those numbers, not just in the juvenile department, but across the whole county budget process where we've made some pretty significant changes. I don't think there's a willingness to do this. Again, that's perception, but I don't. Go ahead.
So, yeah, for me, this isn't personal with the juvenile department in any way. I would say we have friends there. But it's strictly a budget. In doing budget, you have to be able to make hard choices. And looking at this budget, where we can only raise our revenue $50,000 a year, and then we have 4% inflation, it's just not getting there. So year over year, over the past few years, you're just going home. Things needed, in my personal opinion, budgets needed to change years ago. Unfortunately, they're now having to change this year. So then we had to look at where we could cut every available cut, and we did so. I can commend all of our departments for doing what they could to cut where they could cut, but we still couldn't get to a balanced budget. So then we had to look at staffing levels based on other counties. And that's where juvenile came. So theoretically, if we said, okay, fine, let's do part of this next year, then all I'm doing is kicking the can down the road and giving our voters out there another non-balanced budget and eating up more of our reserves, which is not the way to properly manage a government or a corporation. So unfortunately, it's hard. It's not good, but the 200,000 is where our budget is set, and even then, we barely scraped by. No idea what we're going to do next year, because again, we can only raise funding 50,000. So we do need to, I think, stick to that 200,000, and whatever the end result is, with whoever wants to quit, retire, promote here, but however that staffing change happens, the end result needs to be in the 200,000.
Well, I think at least I appreciate that it's the 200,000 versus the staffing, because I know part of what was said was we looked at the staffing issue and we determined that there were certain staffing numbers that we had to get to. One of the things we could potentially look at doing is making one of the role positions potentially something less than a full-time position, if that's would get us to that point of reaching the $200,000. I don't know if that's something that
right, and I think we tried. I think there was a misunderstanding in that we had used as an example of staff, like 2 staffing positions, but it really always was about the dollar, and we always had directed the Larry is come up, here's the money that you have, whatever you want to do with it as far as changing staff positions, that's for the department to come up with. Our job is this is the funding we have, so do whatever, and if it's that, however it works out, it's not about specific staff.
Right. To me, the worry is previous budgets before I got here, and last year's budget, and now this year's budget, there's a supplement for juvenile. It seems like every time. This year's kind of small, it's only $6,000 instead of $35,000. But it's just that budget's just been and it's just unsustainable. We have to be able to rein it back in, and we're reining it in with other budgets as well. So to me, it's the dollar amount. I'm in charge of budget, not staff. So if you can make it something fit within that budget and get to that budget without coming back in July and going, whoops, we messed up. We need 45,000 for a supplemental, I'm willing to hear it.
Has there been contemplation or discussion as to how to work this in with what's going to be going on with the adult probation and the needs over there, depending upon what's going on? I don't know if there's been-
No, but that is a discussion we plan, because as you said, they're definitely, they're connected to each other. But that's a conversation that has to take place with the district court judges, because we do see, as while Mr. Parker is retiring from the juvenile department, that's not necessarily, and as you had noted before, there's adult probation, the part-time director that Larry is serving in that role. Something's gonna have to happen there too. I'm uncomfortable having a discussion until we have a chance to talk to the judges, to the other judges, as far as that they have the direct, because I don't know if people were tuned into that this potential could happen as far as the way it's unfolding. And again, it's gonna be dollars, it's gonna be the same thing. And so it doesn't do us it doesn't do us any good if the overall budget, we're looking for a $200,000 reduction in essentially the combined budgets, even though they're separate budgets. It's all county dollars, and I save 200 here, but I have to put 100,000 more over here to hire a full-time and another full-time director. That doesn't work. It won't work for we somehow between we have to realize.
Well, that's why I kind of want to make sure
We're gonna
you're
have to.
okay with them.
Yeah, I am, as far as putting, right, if there's a way between, because it's all the same money. It's like between however things are potentially reconfigured or changed, we have to see that that's all the dollars there are, and how can we make that work? And I think that's what we are really, because that's not our place as to how to put the departments together. That's for you and the other judges, the other electeds, as far as for the departments that are under you. Our part is just, this is the size of the check that we're gonna write.
And the commit is the probation, and I haven't talked to other than Rick just generally about trying to figure out what they're gonna do and how to fill that role. And I know he said that meeting coming up here with you folks and gonna reach out and talk to you about what needs to be done to start filling that role. Because I know there's some discussions about ways of doing that.
Right.
But I want to make sure that we're not going to get a whole lot of pushback if I have that discussion with them, because we've had some of the juvenile department members working as part of the adult probation or filling roles over there. So using some of those same funds to kind of do both dual responsibilities. Because right now they're all over at the juvenile department. And if they're going to be filling a role over at the adult probation using essentially some of the funds that are earmarked for over there.
For me, I don't care if they're a half-time employee here and a half-time employee there. I'm only looking at the dollar amounts. As far as the employees and what they do and working from home or working from office or half here or half there, to me, that's you and the other electeds figuring something out to manage your crew. The only thing it's just budget. So I don't know how much oversight I need to be in and how you do that.
More of it was for me to figure out, because I understood picking up pieces where they were left and dropped and trying to figure out what it was. I heard issues such as it was a staffing issue based upon numbers. You have to get rid of, is it getting rid of numbers or is it getting rid of down to the 200,000?
Originally I mentioned 2 and it's probably my fault for mentioning way back in the day when we were talking 2, possibly 3. That was a number when they should have used dollar amounts. So instead of staffing, it was a dollar amount. So it was probably my fault. There was a miscommunication there. Just besides around.
So I would say, yeah, as far as there's between the departments, we have $200,000 of county contribution departments that we have to realize as far as a reduction. How that's done doesn't matter.
There will be process, Judge. If we're going to combine positions, we're going to have to look at the org charts of the 2 departments. We're going to have to look at the job descriptions.
This is that HR department now.
Well, that's why I
know
want to
what
make
they
sure
said,
that whether or not there was
this
going to
is
be a
what
whole
they
lot of.
So we'd have, before we post, we'd have to then get those approved, run through the process to, so we're posting the right job, make sure the pay is correct.
Maybe I can just ask you a question. There's a
Is that right,
requirement
Casey?
that is the adult probation coordinator has a degree. Is there ways to figure out how to, when that needs to be fulfilled by?
To my understanding, it's a state requirement, a court rule to that position. So whether you could do an interim pending, I mean, it's not uncommon in other places to give them so long at a reduced rate to get that qualification. I don't know if the courts will allow that or not. We'd have to look into that and see if it's required up front, or if they can, if they're within 6 months of a degree, could they, could it be an interim issue until they're fully
I know we had that initial conversation, and I know that was one of the discussions that was you're gonna probably get hit up on by tomorrow by one of the other judges. And I said I might come up just because we're gonna be talking overall issues in that, and as I try to figure out what we're doing with billing.
So I don't think that's a county requirement. I think that's a court requirement.
I think it would be, best case scenario is all the judges in a room with the leaders in probation and HR and try to figure it out. One-on-ones, I'm trying to figure, get everybody in the same room and hash it out over a table and see if there's something to work.
Well, I appreciate it. Like I said, I wanted to take the time. I haven't had the chance to do it. I try not to come and bite you folks at all, other than to come walk down once a year during the budget time, and try not to do that. You're always busy with a lot of things on your plate, a lot of things to do. So I try not to do that. I try not to come to you for additional money when we haven't needed to in the years past down there. But obviously, this is impacting lives as well. So I thought it was important to at least come here, kind of get an idea, which let you know what our concerns were, and the changes we're going to make, and the substantial burden that's going to place on either new juvenile court administrators. We try to figure out how to make those changes moving forward, and just kind of get an idea of whether or not some of these other models are something that we're not going to get a whole lot of pushback on. I guess it was whether or not it was positions versus overall funds that are out there that hopefully parties recognize that that the role of the juvenile department has been made, and I think that's something that the county and the commissioners and everybody should be very proud of and should be promoting within the county is what we're willing to do to go ahead and try to provide benefits to our kids and not look at that as a drain. And I know how difficult it is when we look at our budgets for the courts and the juvenile departments. They're not revenue based; they're service based to the county. Kids that are out
Well,
there.
they're kind of revenue based, because if we do a good job with our kids, we save incarceration costs later. So
that's why I think
we feel for you, which is why the budget still as big as it is.
That's what I'm saying. That's why we should be promoting it, with regards to what we've done in the past, with regards to having that budget there to try to provide that benefit. It's something we should be promoting to the county as it's beneficial to everybody that we have this budget to go ahead and provide these services. So we do hopefully reduce some of those numbers. I think they've done a great job doing that over the years. And I know they will continue to do that. So any questions that you folks may have? I know it's just kind of coming up. A lot of this was just for me to kind of have an opportunity to come here, get a better sense of what was being requested, to appeal to you in light of everything, what we're doing and changes that we need to make. And it's hard to have those requests made at that timing that it did within the months at the end of the year, right before the holidays, to make those substantial amounts requested. It's not normal, I don't think, to see the amounts of those requests percentage wise to be requested of departments. And so I thought that's why I wanted to come here and at least present myself if there were questions that anybody had for us as we kind of move forward.
I think we're good. Thank you, sir.
All right. I appreciate you guys. Appreciate the time. I hope everybody had a wonderful Thanksgiving. And if I don't see or talk to you before, I hope everybody has a wonderful Christmas time.
You as well, sir. And the staff.
Hey, Aaron, I think you're next.
Please put one on Jake's desk.
You wanted to be here for this. Newspaper.
Well, that's usually a man, he doesn't have an email probably.
Oh. Let me ask you, very good news.
Always. I am the mirror of good news. That's the last year, because everybody's heard me talk about how wonderful things are going. So actually, things are going good. I won't start with COVID. It's going really well for me right now. We have only had 8 cases so far this week, which is huge. We've been averaging like 10 to 20 a day. So the fact that it's Tuesday, we're only at 8 is pretty good. Last week we had 21 cases. The week before we had 27. We haven't seen those numbers since mid-July. So we're very grateful for those numbers right now. This is week 90 of COVID in our county, in case anybody needed to know that.
14 days to occur, right?
Fun fact. Our case counts, I think on what I gave you, were at 2346, which is a few more than I gave you from yesterday's numbers. We do only have 23 active cases. There have been no cases, I don't think, in Boltville for the last 10 days, which is where we're seeing the most transmission in the county. There are about 42% of all the cases that we've seen. So that also is really good. Our immunization, we've given over 26,000 immunizations in this county. That equals to 42.5% of our total population. So we're still doing 0.1, 0.2% increases per week. We're still seeing people who are choosing to get vaccinated for the first time. We're doing a lot of boosters right now, but we are still getting those folks that, for whatever reason, have made a decision at this point to get that vaccine. So we're always grateful to have them. We alone have given 7,100 of those vaccines. I was looking through some historical data yesterday. I think in H1N1, when we were pretty busy with vaccines, we give about 1,200 vaccines in a year. So we've given 10 years worth of vaccines in the last 11 months. So
I assume you've gotten really good.
on fast. Everybody else on.
Yes, I have.
Everyone else.
Everybody else.
I'm also super. Yeah, so everybody's vaccine skills are pretty on point for sure. And that is, the gold mill vaccine office. Getting really positive feedback about the new space downstairs. People have been, our customers have been very happy with this space and the ease. Parking seems to be an issue, and I'm not sure how to fix that, but we're very grateful for that space, and we're seeing that we're getting similar feedback. We're very happy that it's easy to get into. They like the
Do you think,
process.
just for the time being, maybe we could do something like we do with the courts, where if we know you're gonna have a vaccine clinic, that we just let employees know, like we do with the courts, or try to stay away so that people, leave the parking for the folks that are coming.
Well, I would think eventually we're gonna have a discussion about employees parking in this parking lot and or right in front of
the building.
Yeah.
There's not that many parking.
I mean, right now, there's really nobody here, so we're not really enforcing anything, except when you're doing elections.
And we have the cones and signs, so we could actually block off some spots in the front first, like on Monday night. So Tuesday
Right, so
morning, those are just vaccine only parking spots. I don't know how that works. When we did the drive-in clinic on wherever we used to live over there, I had to do a request through the city for use of that space. So I just did it for the entire year. So I don't know if that would apply for down here as well.
It should say.
Like at events.
Yeah.
So that's on me to get that done. But yeah, we kind of looked at.
I mean, would that work better?
Better
than
than this, since this is ours,
You would have to ask them to just close the parking lot, vaccine only, unless you're parking, for parking.
I just put out like 5 cones on Monday nights.
Yeah, just literally block the aisle with a little flag vaccine.
you didn't have use of it for 3 years.
Well,
What's another,
just thinking the courts are.
we didn't, we had
The courts behind the courthouse just say trial parking only. Just put vaccine parking only on a couple of cones right at the entrance. See if that
by
happens.
order of Aaron Quinn.
Yeah. Just like here, just some sugar.
EQ.
Yeah.
While they're figuring
I
out.
would try that, it should be easier.
Okay, yeah, because
You don't have to deal with
that's
this.
less paperwork and I'm all about that. The city was super amazing, by the way, getting that taken care of. They just wanted it on the books, but we're very supportive of that process for us, so. We did, unfortunately, for I think 4 different events, we had contracted with the caravan through the Department of Health. It was our assessment that it was not a good fit for our community, and so we will not be inviting them back. So I'd just like to apologize to anyone who had a frustrating experience with that. With them helping, they were supposed to kind of support us, and we ended up doing more work to have them here to get vaccines than we do to just do a vaccine clinic on our own. And we had some people that had some pretty unacceptable wait times and unacceptable experiences, and we did not feel like that was a good service to our community, and so we had canceled. They were supposed to be out in December and January, and we canceled all those dates. We'll continue to just handle that on our own and with our community partners and volunteers. Because we have just gotten amazing feedback, and we can get people in and out, and they seem happy and comfortable, so we're gonna just continue. So this is
It
not a-
seems like the space downstairs is working really well.
Yeah, no, it's.
Because I did see some people just waiting out in the waiting area.
And we're catching walk-ins, which is really great. People are just like, can I do this right now? And we were able to get them in and accommodate that. So I think just, access is always a big deal for us. So just people seeing that, being able to just stop in and get a vaccine has been really a positive experience. So
Keep walking by looking for cookies and orange juice, then you remember it's not a blood drive.
Not a blood drive.
there's probably juice. There's no cookies though. I did use a juice last week for. Where was I with that? I did put the cases by month. I think we're at 190 now for November. We'll still be under, that's the lowest number we've had since July. The new variants, I feel like we should address, since that's all the way in the news. I met with the Department of Health, or they had a meeting to brief all of the local health jurisdictions last night. At this time, it's not a hair on fire event. It's definitely something that we should watch and be mindful of, and just see what's going to happen next. They have almost no true evidence about how virulent it's going to be, how transmissible it's going to be, and really how the vaccines are going to impact the transmission of virulence. So they're doing a lot of work with the WHO and CDC. They're doing a lot of work to figure that out. There's going to be a lot more information in the next couple of weeks, but at this time, we just really don't know a lot about what is actually going to happen with that. As of last night, as of this morning, Canada had 2 cases. There haven't been cases identified in the US, but they said that truly there probably already are some here. We just don't know that they're here yet. They have increased surveillance within Washington State, so the University of Washington and Department of Health will be doing surveillance. They've increased their surveillance teams to kind of look out so they can identify that. So, and then again, if that's stressful for people that there's any variants and they haven't been vaccinated, we definitely recommend that they consider vaccine. If they're not vaccinated, obviously we recommend masks. So. We do have clinics on Tuesdays downstairs in Goldendale, on Thursdays in White Salmon. We have quite a bit of outreach going on still. I think 2 weeks ago, we went to the White Salmon Valley Schools. We did a COVID clinic. I think we had 65 people that came to that. We did partner with the Laos Food Bank a couple of weeks ago as well. Next week, we'll be going out to Glenwood. We've been invited to Glenwood to provide some vaccines up there. We're continuing to do ongoing support with our ag community. It's a pretty fluid population, so supporting them throughout the year. And if there are people that have, like Glenwood, there was an individual that called and said, I can get this many people that are interested. We have already signed up. We come out here. We're really happy to do that. So if there's a community opportunity, we're happy to go on the road. We feel like we showed them the DOH on our road trips. So they can go just about anywhere, anytime. So, except now I'm dialing it back.
So all the early restrictions is not restrictions, but like requirements as far as being able to take vaccines out. That's all.
Yep. Now we got that all. We got the equipment to be able to travel really easily with our vaccine. We got everything that's portable. We can get in a car and go within just like whenever. So, yeah, we're very, very mobile right now. I think that is all of my COVID stuff. I don't see any other questions about that. For clinical medical, so I have the update there. We continue to offer medical services. So we, in the last 2 months, we've served over 196 clients. They're still being served remotely. It's going to be a while. I think that they'll continue to serve people remotely. I don't know that they ever will go back to 100% in-person services, and certainly having that hybrid access for people to have that service, I think is going to be in the future. I think that's going to be a really big benefit for that group. So we have been paying the flu vaccines. When people request those, especially with COVID vaccine, we're recommending that you can get them on the same day. We've done 132 flu vaccines to date. Talk about your COVID vaccines. Family planning, we still have Connie Clark, who's covering Lisa's maternity leave. She's been amazing. We're very grateful for her. She worked for Community County for quite a long time. Before that, she'd been a family planning auditor. So we went in and audited people's family planning programs, and so has been a wealth of information and support, helping us make sure that our T's are crossed and our I's are dotted in a lot of regards that probably haven't been in a very long time, to be perfectly honest. Title 10 funding, we did submit the application for that. That'll be an ongoing application process. We don't know that we'll hear anything before spring, but that funding definitely significantly impact the family planning program, how we run it and how that works, because that would be a lot more funding, which would increase access. And so we're waiting to hear from that probably in the spring sometime.
So federal funding or state?
It is, yeah. The Title 10s are, we have state funding now. The Title 10 is funded. Our perinatal mental health groups, we've gotten rave reviews from that. So we've had 3 support groups that have been held on the Bingen area. Once they kind of get the flow, they're planning on expanding that to the Goldendale area as well. They've supported 9 people, 9 families to date. I think it's been very impactful for people who just needed a connection out of the house in a very, kind of a weird time for a lot of people. So they've got just, people are very grateful that they're there and they had those connections. It's been really successful for us. We did complete the nomination for the Complete Streets Award for the city of White Salmon. You'll hear back about that in March. So if we get that grant, we'll be kind of a pass-through grant for them. They can get up to, I think it's $250,000 for improvements within the community. So I worked with the city of White Salmon to get that taken care of. Environmental health is slowing down. It's that time of year. It's just being a slower time of year, but they've still been exceeding in most cases the amount of work that they did last year. One of the things with environmental health with the new FPHS funding, Foundation Public Health Services funding, there's going to be a lot of deliverables. There's a lot of those for environmental health, so we're going to have to really look at how we've been providing services. Most counties are hiring new staff for the environmental health team. So at some point, probably have the conversation with Nikki, who we've been contracting out to Skamania County, and one of our considerations was to potentially pull her back from those duties and utilize her in our own space. So definitely, specifically related to the food program. So definitely be interested in feedback on that. We hired Leanne Bergen as our new food person. So she's working on all of her training for food inspections. When I talked to her this morning, she said it's pretty intense. So she should be able to get out and do food inspections in the next couple of months on her own. There's a pretty big training requirement, and then how many inspections you have to do before you get to where you're on your own. So she's going to do that. And then I think the only other thing I just wanted to address is that we had talked about, I think it's on the consent agenda, actually I'll start with that today, is to continue our contract with the CPA that we've been using for the last,
We didn't approve that.
You did not approve it?
It was the only one we did. I'm kidding.
You're hurting my heart, Dan.
No, the only question I had is, and I think we talked about it before, that is through June of next year. Is your hope that you will take in-house, that by July, you
So the conversation I had with Teresa before we did this amendment was, I want her to be on board to be able to pass the torch, and not knowing how long that process is gonna take. She wanted the contract to be extended in June, with the understanding that if I get that taken care of and someone on board, then we will.
It's a not to exceed.
Yes, then we will
Not
break
me.
that contract with them. I just don't want to be without the person because our finances are continuing to get more complex. And this is not bad, so I'm not complaining, but we're being held a lot higher accountable than we have been in the past. I think a lot of in the DOH, they're like, whatever, it's very lax, and they're actually, needing to see a lot more documentation. And so that I can't, it's such a valuable. So I would like to start working on, I worked with Rob and Casey to get a job description together for this position. Casey and I talked about what the org chart changes would be, which are almost nothing, and then to put it on a consent agenda in the future in the coming weeks. So from the first of the year that we could start advertising for that position.
Just a reminder, this is 100% county funded position, or is this grant funded position? 100% grant funded.
It is, because you took my money.
That's what-
Everything's 100% grant funded.
Well, it is, so, we do get what now, we get $150,000.
Temporarily.
We did, yeah. Yeah, so we still have. Yes, that's true, our taxpayers, all of it is true. Yeah, so what their position will be funded through the foundational public health money, because that part of it is business capabilities. The deliverables of this grant, which are, I think this year, the 2022 and 2023 is gonna be like $550,000. The deliverables in themselves will almost be a full-time job from what I'm reading. Although if you have the right person, they might, that's my perception, they might think it's easier.
Actually do something else too.
Right. I do want to say I appreciate your better descriptions in the consent agenda on what's grant funded, not grant funded, it's much better in there. I can understand.
Well, we've had these conversations, so I thought that would be helpful. So yes, that's what I just. So I don't know when it will get on the consent agenda. I'd like to do it in the next couple of weeks with the intent that we start first of the year advertising the position, and then once we have them on board, Teresa's group will hand off, and then we'll send them a letter having the same contract. But I would be interested if you have any thoughts today, or we can talk about it later about the program, Skinny County contract.
How is that? I think I've asked before. It funds itself, so it's not. Well, okay, mostly is different than funds itself. So.
Because we don't get, stop. I'll get back to you.
Okay.
I was gonna say, because if I'm remembering, it doesn't.
It
doesn't
hadn't
fund
been, and
itself.
then we changed something, so let me just look before.
No, as far as like, I'm not issuing subsidizing. I think when I asked that before, we're like, no, it's basically a wash. We're not making any money on it, but it's close.
Yes, it's close, but let me actually look at that.
Because that would make it much easier. That's not true. That's pulling.
Well, so
more charges.
the thing
More
is
charges.
that they also are getting foundation health money, so they're getting not probably as much as we do, because I think it's population based this quote. And they're gonna have the same deliverables. And so part of it will be having a conversation with them to see, like, that may increase their ask of us, which would increase, and then I don't wanna have to go hire someone else to make up what we're supposed to do, but our deliverables.
Right, but because we're busy doing theirs.
Yes.
They can get their own person.
Yes, so that's my concern, and I wanted to have that conversation with them sooner rather than later, but not without your thoughts on that.
I'll support it.
I'll support you too. I would say, home versus away comes first. In Peggy's matter. Other than
I'll talk with them, and see what we. Because I just asked what their plans were. Because they have to come up with money. They still want us to do that, but. I have questions.
how many staff do we have work in the Goldendale office? What's our staffing level here? What's our staffing level there? Does it change to certain people come here some days, there some days? I've never really visited your public health department, so I'm kind of, well, I'm going over a lot now.
Well, don't, I was gonna say, you come over, I'll make you coffee, because it's great coffee set up there today, because I forgot coffee.
That started my cup's almost done.
We have,
Gonna need that can.
I think there's 7 people in Goldendale that are full-time Goldendale. It's not the top of my head.
Yep.
Because I'm counting offices in it right now. I used to come Tuesdays and Thursdays for doing those big clinics, and now I'm here on Tuesdays. I think the nursing director is typically here on Wednesdays. Speak back and forth. We used to do a lot more. There was a WIC day here every week, but since WIC has got remote for WIC coordinators, white salmon, so they don't know them. It's sort of pretty mobile back and forth. I don't know that anyone else really has any set days. I think just Christy and I are usually the ones that are here pretty routinely. I'm here Tuesdays, she's here Wednesdays, and pop back.
So, but, so that office is staffed higher than this office. Usually. I'm assuming that's because the majority of them live on that side.
It's also this year office.
For environmental and septic tanks and all that kind of stuff, it's busier over there.
I think so. I think that's what the actual.
That's true, I guess, if I look at building permits, it's
So
pretty
we have
close.
2, so Nikki and David are in white salmon. We have Avery and Ian in Goldendale. We have 2 nurses here.
So we got a little bit of coverage for everything here. We're not missing out on anything.
We are not. We have a finance person there, a finance person here. Yeah, it's pretty divided up. I think the only thing that isn't divided up right now is the family planning nurse comes once a month. Every other day. Yeah. So, then we just don't get the clients here that we get at numbers wise. So it's really hard to, like, I can't have them come more often because I can't pay for it.
Right, well, that, I mean, if you can't justify, you can't justify it. I would think things like family planning would be more used on this side, but apparently,
They never have.
interesting.
They have a pretty robust program through KDH, so I think that a lot of people are able to use it as well. But if there's ever needs, we'll absolutely increase our services, but we just haven't. Even when they get like it's scheduled, a lot of times there's so many no shows, they'll be here all day and see the person.
Okay, good answer.
But maybe post-COVID was a bit different.
Thank you. Thanks for all you do. Keep
Yes.
chugging along.
Thank you.
Please communicate that to your staff.
Yes. They are. Very well.
They're great.
Magic.
Magic. Drops out of the ceiling.
Gordy.
Yeah, very good.
Throwing you when the lights go out up there.
I know. That's like, no, we're done. We're just a black.
Somebody out here has been really appreciating his masks so far.
He's remarking because I blocked a couple. Now, I saw a thing.
I keep secretly hitting my red ball.
Yeah, no. I saw a thing on PBS that there was a thing that's not, people think, oh, they're bored, they're whatever. So that's actually not true. It's in some ways, it's a response that you're getting ready to, and it's actually a sign of engagement. Which I'm like, really? Really? So, anyway, little
scientist in his mom's basement.
Yes.
I watched that.
People, isn't that accurate?
You're not right, because I yawn in the afternoon, I'm wide awake, and I'm not right until 2 in the morning, so what am I on?
Yeah, they said that's a misunderstanding, that we have thought that that's what that means, but it's not.
Sorry.
At least for those of us that listen to science.
We on? Yeah.
Yes, yes, we are. So the time being 2:50, the time we have advertised and set aside for a public hearing, continued closed to further public comment. We have several items, and we will, I will turn it over to Spartan.
All right. So we held a hearing on November 9th, was the preliminary budget.
Talk louder for
You gotta talk loud.
That has been available online as well as in our office. We decided to continue today. I recommend that we go ahead and continue the hearing till the 7th. But after confirmation from our attorney, looking back at our RCWs, they feel that it is appropriate that we can go ahead and adopt the resolutions for the 2022 tax levy through the general fund, election reserve fund, the veterans relief fund, as well as the road fund, along with both of those levy certifications, and then continue the budget hearing until the 7th. They did make some further reductions. I found in the general, or in Fund 125, there was a transfer out that didn't have a place to go. So I just tightened it up there, made sure that we balanced completely. Rob and I have gone through and reviewed the rolled up version of all the revenues by fund, as well as the expenditures, balanced those out, balanced the detail out in the amount of, the budget is in the amount of $56,402,003. We also balanced out the transfers in and the transfers out. So we looked at it 3 different ways and showed those amounts. And those will be available in the calendar for the 7th for additional review, as well as online later today.
So clarification, we have 4 items before us, and you're saying adopt all 4, or did I miss? We're not.
So we can adopt all those. We are not adopting the budget. So
Just the levies.
Just the levies.
We always have to do the levies first.
Yeah. So budget just directs how we spend the levies. We can't levy them.
Just for clarification, we get 1% off of one, we're asking for 1.82%. That's just in case it goes up to get the dollar amount we're looking for.
Those numbers are given by the assessor. What she has advised me is to make sure that we put the number higher on that certification. We put that number higher than what we anticipate, so that if it does come in, we can collect all of it. If we say it-
Because there's higher.
Otherwise, you can't go past it.
So even though
We can still only levy what we get.
So even though we are asking for 1.82, whatever getting, it's just 1.
And something different this year than years past, the inflation, the acronym that I can never.
Plus it's price deflator. IPE.
Yeah, there we go. Is
CPI is
higher.
different than CPI.
In years past, it's been lower than 1%. That required us resolution, basically saying that we were in need of the full 1%. This year, it's about 3%, so we automatically qualify for the
We get
1%. So those resolutions are not needed this year.
Yeah, I think probably the first time.
So you guys are not having to do the resolution together. Lucky me.
Well, we always do them.
Yeah, yeah.
Because we just get, that's what we get.
If you didn't do the one, we'd be a lot farther behind. Yeah, where we are.
Before you adopt these, we want to mention that at this discussion, we shared last year, that many counties in this state adopt and have their budget process done by the end of October prior to the process. Our goal next year for currents would be to continue to move back the train up so we could get to that date. Because with the changes and legislative changes, we really should get in line, have that done by the end of October, as opposed to November, December.
Yeah, next year, instead of having an initial presentation for a couple of months, that's where we can
Start, because we don't need to do that. Well, and we won't have all the kind of background stuff. But a new board, I mean, it'll actually be an easier process.
Right. We won't be diving into every number.
Right.
Because we
We
already
know
know
it.
every number.
And I think that's a good idea too, for if there is in the future, if there is additional adjustments that are getting made, it's easier when you're not backed up right to the end of the year.
Yeah.
That it's like, oh, by the way, we're gonna implement this in 8 days from now.
I would like to change this, but we can't give 2 weeks of notice.
It's 2 weeks of notice.
The reason we want to mention it now, we'll mention it again after the first year, we got a new process for review of the budget process is for 2022, 2023 budget bill is put everybody on notice. Jen's already talked to Public Works, so that everybody knows we're going to start earlier so that they'll get caught like on their old timeline, right? That sequence.
So you just gotta get it turned into paper sometime.
That's an evolving situation. Is that a politically correct?
Like it or not.
A way of saying
That old song, I had a hammer.
Yeah.
We'll get there.
I think that we can get there, and I am confident in my relationships with directors and departments that early communication and communication, I think we can get there. We're earlier than before as of now, and even adopting on the 7th, we're still early, and there actually is new legislation that I wasn't aware of until recently, but there was a bill that passed saying that we could push off adopting these levies into 15. So we now have 15 there, so we're still instead of the 30th. But either way, we will continue to ratchet it back and get more in line with other counties and within the state. We can do it.
I think what Jen says is true. First of all, she's built a good relationship with all the elected officials and the department director. Everybody always tries. Nobody intentionally doesn't do it. I mean, they all understand.
No, I agree. Feeling cranky today.
I apologize for riling him up.
That started at 1 o'clock.
Yep, they are.
In the correct order. They appear to be, I would concur as best I can.
I did go back to 2018. Maybe Jane and we were also like gathering all of those documents.
Then we check again. Just to make
We
sure.
did.
And again.
Again.
So you want individual motions to adopt these individually?
The resolution, if you could read the resolution, the matter, and then just the final. That has the meat as far as the numbers. I mean, technically, you can just reference the resolution that has all the details, but it's nice. People are listening. I always like to read the numbers as far as the specific numbers.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we adopt the matter of establishing the 2020 tax levy for the general fund, election reserve fund.
Before I move you, I heard 2020.
Sorry. 2022
Thank you.
tax levy for the general fund, election reserve fund, veterans relief fund. I don't have a resolution.
Yes, can you go down to the dollar, so let's see, maximum lawful levy, that number.
Whereas the maximum lawful levy amount since 1985 is $5,036,070 for our population. This is so we're gonna
get that,
all of that. The dollar amount increase over the actual levy amount for the previous year shall be $50,360.70, which is a percentage increase of 1% from the previous year. Said actual levy amount shall be appropriated based on a fixed levy rate of 0.025 for mental health and a fixed levy rate of $76,640 for veteran relief fund and $130,000 for election reserve fund, with the veterans relief fund and election reserve fund levy rates adjusted accordingly to the general fund receiving the remainder of the actual levy amount. Its levy rate reflecting the remainder of the total actual levy rate. That's it. In addition, is exclusive. Oh, sorry, this increase is exclusive of additional revenues resulting from new construction improvements to property, newly constructed wind turbines, solar, biomass, and geothermal facilities, and any increase in the value of state assessed property, any annexations that have occurred, and refunds.
I will step down a second.
Ugly motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to adopt the resolution establishing the 2022 tax levy for the general fund, election reserve fund, and the veterans fund. Any further discussion?
I'm not sure if this is the appropriate time, Mr. Chair. There was a request from a citizen to increase the amount of the.
Yeah, I did.
See that. We're just wondering if that should be attached to the public record.
The comment that was.
Comment, yeah. Appropriate.
I guess maybe it would be appropriate that we acknowledge that we received that. That is something I would be interested in the future, as far as is there to make sure we're leveling our maximum that we can. I was not comfortable at this late time.
I just don't know how to word it. We should attach that as.
But I think we should acknowledge it, because I believe I did receive it, I did read it, I acknowledge that. You did as well. So,
thank you, sir.
Thank you.
It's just something that needs to be more time to look into and legal advice.
All those in favor, say aye. Aye, motion passes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Find number 2, the next one.
sign the levy certification.
Only the chair signs it, like, certification. So I guess what I would be looking for would be a motion authorizing the chair to sign the levy certification. It goes to the department.
So that's easy enough. Mr. Chair, would make a motion to allow the chair to sign the 2022 Washington State Department of Revenue Tax Levy certification form for the county general levy.
I will step down and second that motion. Any further discussion on that? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Same thing with the road.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we adopt the matter of establishing the 2022 tax levy road fund. Where RCW 84.55 as submitted by House Bill 2416 on November 29, 2027, or sorry, 2007. Limits the levy increase to lesser of 1% for the duplicate price deflector, which is 3.86%. And the maximum lawful levy amount since 1985 is $4,928,053.40. And whereas the population of Klickitat County is more than $10,000, the levy rate must produce the estimated reserves for the road fund 101 as set in the 2022 budget. Therefore, be resolved by the governing body of the taxing district that the increase in regular property tax levy is hereby authorized for the levy to be collected in the 2022 tax year. The dollar amount increase over the actual levy amount from previous years shall be $49,280.53, which is a percentage increase of 1% from the previous year. This increase is exclusive of additional revenues resulting in new construction, improvements to property, newly constructed wind turbine, solar, biomass, geothermal facilities, and any increase in value of state assessed property, any annexations that have occurred, and refunds.
I will step down and second the motion. I have a motion and a second to adopt a resolution in the matter of establishing the 2022 tax levy for the road fund. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion that we allow the chairman to sign the 2022 Washington State Department of Revenue tax levy certifications for the county road levy.
Okay, I will step down and second that motion. Any discussion on this one? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Hey. It's got a couple more to go. Next week.
That's the continuation to the Senate.
Thank you, Commissioner. Treasurer is here.
Did you guys want a little update on the sales tax part of the budget?
That would be nice. All those budget questions.
Now, or do you want me to wait? You can do it. Okay. I'm still gathering information because of course, the last time I sat here today, it's only been really 2 working days. If I told you that. So basically the sales tax increases are January, April, and July, which I think we do that. The one we're shooting for is April. The paperwork needs to be to Department of DOR on January 18th of 2022. So a month and some change, or just less than, with the holidays, so there's a lot. The RCW states that it is through resolution or ordinance. I have only touched base with Skamania County and they did a resolution, which I guess would be my thoughts, but I wanted to come to you guys and confirm, and then also talk about
you had suggested, or we talked about having a public hearing. If we had an ordinance, we would have to do that, but if we had a resolution to still get the public's input, that was.
We can still have it.
Yeah, right, correct.
It's just not required.
So it's just a matter though of there's about 6 to 7 Tuesdays between now and the 18th. So just a matter of trying to lay that out. So I will start to put a draft resolution together so that it can be in your package of what we have on some of the other pieces. And then I guess.
So since if we did a public hearing, it would be by choice, not by statute. We don't have to follow that. You have to post X number of times. You have to wait 2 weeks. You have to, we kind of do whatever we need to do. Right? There's no statute saying we have to do it.
Yeah, it's not a public hearing per se, as far as to meet those, other than anything that any action we're contemplating has to be posted on like our normal packet at the very least, as far as so that folks have an opportunity to see it ahead of time. To get the
And I would think that we would want to follow somewhat of the standard guidelines so that people have the time to be able
We have
to
2
comment,
weeks
to be able to do whatever.
Look fishy or anything.
100%. But I mean, but I would agree, I think, and so that's where I'm
The
at.
good news is if we inadvertently made a mistake or noticing requirements.
Well, that's why I was asking the question, is that way we don't have to repost it. We get something else. Just post it. Be ready, but we want to be ready.
So I can, I don't know if that's Lee, I don't know who sets up the hearing.
Looking at those for 2 weeks. Yeah, because January 18th.
Right.
That's the deadline.
That's the day that has to
Nothing
be
that says
submitted.
it can't be done.
So really, it needs to be, the 2 meetings in January would be the 4th and the 11th.
So does that mean that's what we're looking at? I mean, I guess we should figure out when we want to have that here, backtrack.
I would say the fourth would be most sense, so that if we get a huge amount of public input, we're not making a decision on the fourth, we do it on the 11th. Yeah. So why don't we do that?
Yeah.
So for clarification, you want your public hearing on the 11th or the 4th?
Fourth.
Okay, are you handling the advertising?
Well, that's what I was just gonna say. I typically don't handle that kind of stuff. But I mean, I guess that would be, I would be more comfortable if Lee did that as the clerk of the board, but I guess I'm looking for guidance.
Okay, typically, when there is another office or department that proposes, they handle it. I'd be happy to do it.
Okay, I'll work with you, but yes,
Okay, got it. Awesome.
Lee and I will work together.
Do you have a draft resolution or?
I don't have, I just have the resolution of what I gathered from Skamania. But they also in their resolution added this one has some other pieces in it that we need to take out. They get some other things, so, but it's pretty straightforward. There's nothing, it doesn't appear to be anything. Just what's the RCW 82 1430 section 2.
And then if that gets finalized and goes into effect first, that's not going to cause any issues. I mean, that's plenty of time for you because we understand if we do that, it will change the REIT. You'll have to.
I would think that to be plenty of time to be able to, when I went back and looked at the REIT, it looked like it was under that 4-month period of trying. I mean, we would have essentially 4 months to plan for that to go away on the 1st. So I think the last time when I looked at when it went into play, I want to say, I don't have it in front of me, 05 or whenever it was that started back then. It was being processed in September, October, and went into effect on January 1st. So I would think that should be adequate time.
And if you don't have a problem at the time of January 4th or 11th, us signing the paperwork, getting that to the state on time by January 8th.
I don't think so, because if you sign it on, if I think the 11th, it has to be by the 11th. I mean, obviously, the earlier the better. I mean, once it's signed, we would just have to put that
Send
in the
it
mail.
certified or by mail or something.
Yeah, put it on the money.
Okay.
So I'm still getting campaign brochures a year later. So
Well, I will say that is a very valid point. We do use the USPS quite a bit, and it's a very unreliable.
certified or whatever.
But yes, I mean, it's.
So
So is the revenue, they must receive it by the 18th or is it postmarked?
I gotta talk to her.
I don't want to miss another.
I'm gonna have a conversation with her tomorrow. We've been communicating over email back and forth and all over.
Or we send a courier, we'll get the.
I'm gonna put it on 3 pigeons to ensure that we get one there. But yeah, so that's the pieces. So I will work with Lee. I will put the resolution together and probably send it out to folks before it gets put in the packet for you guys to at least take a look at it. And then that's what we know. And again, I wish I had more. It's trying to, you call them, they call you back, you're not at your desk, and then you're playing a game of phone tag. So we set up a specific time. Any other questions on that? I just want to give you an update.
Okay, no. I think we're good. We're ready, Mr. Chair.
I will be in touch.
Thanks, wait.
Oh, you're just waiting. Mr. Prosecutor, or I guess maybe do more.
We'll leave you with some future discussion. Not conversation.
Okay. I did want to bring up scheduling some time for to have a discussion about allocation of staff resources for we've had, and it's only certain departments, I'm thinking of planning, road, building, where we have some HR, citizen, well, yeah, clerk, fiscal, okay, that's basically most of it. About our having a discussion about what our policy is or should be and how we respond to, I guess I'll call them serial requests for information on a seemingly daily basis and the impact it's having on our regular book of business. That, you know, as we said, there we have 22,000 people we work for, and we need to remember that as far as that we have to allocate resources with that in mind, how we do that. So I don't know next week if we could have some time, if that's something that we feel there's value in that. Because I think we're hearing from staff that they're under, it's impacting their ability to
Yeah, I would also discussion about potential policy changes, more in lieu with other commissioner meetings, in regards to Robert's Rules of Order and citizen comment and engaging public process. So we might want to rethink all of our engagement policies.
Okay. That's unfortunate.
I think maybe Tom will order it.
Okay. Okay.
So you have to do it on a Thursday when we do public order.
Got it, thank you.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's good. That'll fill the day.
Looks like you have a state fire recreation.
That's. Yes, ma'am.
Staff would like to give an update as well. We're going into our mandatory 3 days of meetings for the BOE, which will be the 8th of December, the 13th and the 15th. We'll have some training with the assessor and her staff. And generally the meetings don't really last that long. It's going to be up to the board. Hopefully we'll be inviting the new board member to participate. There again, this is a mandatory 3 days.
So the new member knows about this?
Nope.
Oh, no.
Surprise. There's some mandatory training. When I told you 3 days throughout the year, I didn't mean all 1 month. In 1 month.
3 days next month.
Generally, I mean, sometimes these like 15 minutes. The only one that's gonna last an hour maybe will be time with the assistant. The real work will begin probably next May.
Just to give you an update, we continue to work with the contractor on the sound. The HVAC system overloads that ceiling mics. We're gonna have to go to, so we're getting an estimate on adding microphones for the commissioners there. It just can't balance the noise. Nobody anticipated it'd be that noisy. So we have to add, they'll have somebody on site hopefully next week to balance all that out so we can try and get it to work better.
Red lights, push button. Or it might actually fall
Timer,
Thank you for your patience. Timer.
yellow, red.
off. Well, you need a button to allow my mic to work.
Yeah, well, there's that too. Well, there's,
You don't push the button.
yours is never gonna work, so it's okay.
You could just bring the old one in and stick it up there on the roof, let it hang out.
I'm not sure it worked with this, the sound,
It wasn't
the noise.
There's circulation. Okay, anything else? If not, then Mr. Prosecutor. Is he gonna kick us out?
Probably.
I don't know.
We haven't talked to
We
them in a
haven't
while.
talked to him for a while.
I should say, ask us to leave. Kicking it out.
Quite the digs. There's like a whole array now.
It is.
They're sitting in your chair.
I know.
No, you abdicated that. You lost the other football game.
So, we do have a new staff member started yesterday.
Oh.
Administrative assistant, one slash, victim witness assistance, do mostly support work for the district court, which is the misdemeanors, misdemeanor, cases, everything. By definition, punishable by less than a year in jail. So misdemeanors are handled through the 2 district courts, YCM and here. So, seem to be going well. We administer, the support staff is fully staffed at this point. We have personnel and staffing. The attorney position, we're getting to levels. It's becoming a major problem. We're having to put a few projects on hold, including continuing on some of them, like vacations, things like that, because we're just short staffed on the attorney. We haven't had an application for 2 months. It appears not to be overly competitive. Goldendale is an extremely tough sell. We've had a couple of persons definitely interested, but housing that's been an issue for support staff too, for anyone outside the area. It's not exactly a plentiful supply of attorneys growing on trees. So it's extremely frustrating, and luckily the current attorneys seem to be handling the caseload relatively well, but it's been like this for almost a year now. We're pretty much fully back in session. There's regular trials. We're having at least 1 or 2 felony trials in Superior Court, 3 to 5 misdemeanor trials in district court, which is extremely time consuming. Not only the trial, but the necessary time to prepare and things like that. You can't really multitask when you're trial prep. Yes.
The attorney, so it's mostly a housing area, childcare issue, not a pay.
Well, I think it's a combination of quite a bit. The pay has fallen out of being competitive. And a lot of the larger jurisdictions use CARES money towards their staffing PAs. King County, I know, use a big chunk of their CARES money. They've added 100 attorneys. So that's extremely difficult to compete with because, they're offering 6 figures for almost 6 figures, which doesn't go as far in Seattle, but there's a lot more, amenities, and especially folks that through 7, 8 years of higher education in their 20s are generally attracted to. So I was hoping at some point we'll get the salary survey that comes back and finds out, some sort of criteria for evaluating where we are compared to counties and so forth. But just from anecdotal experience, we were doing pretty good a few years ago when there was some adjustments made, but I'm sure you're hearing that from other people too. It's an issue, and the lack of public defenders. So you're going to hear from the courts. It's a major problem too. And it's not isolated to us by any means. I think every rural county is having real difficulties attracting professionals of every stripe, nurses, doctors, lawyers, a whole bit. So it's, talking to the elected of Ponderay County, which has for years never had an issue because of their proximity to Spokane. In fact, folks can live in Spokane and graduate Gonzaga and still live in Spokane and work there. And she's, I think they're offering $10,000 bonuses now, just trying to get any through the door. So it's an ongoing struggle. We're making steady progress in some of the backlog of cases. There's obviously been issues encountered that were anticipated, witness availability, things like that. A year and a half later, it's hard to reconstruct something. But fortunately, we're trying to focus on the more serious allegations and constructing that. It's been increasing turnover in law enforcement, which is definitely affecting the office. It's hard to get people pinned down, and sometimes even to travel multiple states to come back to testing. It's going to be.
Yeah, what happens with that when you have these cases?
Well, I think
the sheriff indicate, that we've had one. We're expecting, 3 in the next 3 or 4 months. And they must have pending cases. Are they obligated to? Can you?
I can issue
summon them a subpoena?
Yeah, it's subpoena is forcible law. It is a lawful command that your risk of arrest and detention. The attorney can issue one if it's in good faith and for bona fide necessity for hearing a trial. If the person is located outside of state, I need to go through and hire a attorney licensed in that state to process an out of state commission to get a judge to sign off on the enforceability of subpoena, as you can imagine.
And I'm not anticipating a problem.
That's a last resort.
So it gets expensive if they have.
It gets very expensive. So it's a last resort. And fundamentally, you have to evaluate the seriousness of the case, strengthen the case. Some things going, it's not even falling through the cracks. It's likely being done. So reviewing the final budget numbers this morning, I just want to follow up on discussions that occurred. And I neglected to do the lobbying I probably should have done last month regarding potential increase in funding through the professional services bars for the safe space that funded the formerly known as the Comey Gorge Advocacy Center. I need to renew my annual contract with them. I've been holding off until I get a little bit more definitive if there's any room to increase the slots from that allocation. Probably could absorb an increase right now, but it would substantially increase the likelihood of seeking a supplemental next year, which is always, frankly, there's probably not enough, a lot of wiggle room. I think there's about 10 grand wiggle room there, which goes very quickly if there's an only contested, say, murder case with the necessity of a lot of experts and so forth, which we haven't had in the last 6 years. those, it's why traditionally that number had been 100,000 plus, just to keep in reserve. It's been whittled down through the years. I think this last proposal, which was overall a proposed budget, was 6.6% reduction and a loss of a staff member for the board. Just is there any definitive word on that so I can move forward with drafting that contract and submitting it for approval before the end of the year.
I anticipate some discussions before the final one, because we're still, again, we can move things over. I'm anticipating. I believe Commissioner Christopher wants to continue the discussion. Again, we advertised a certain budget, which we can do that, but we can, if we end up repurposing, we can move things around. And I think we still have some things that we have not totally settled on as far as, so there, maybe, no, maybe not.
My morning thing this morning was just, you guys, because it.
I took that as a,
Here's the God. It can no longer be changed. It's still post, fix it.
no, but you can, as long as you could reprioritize, you could move some numbers around. That's just, no, I mean, as far as in this budget cycle.
Right, my thinking was just as they come back for those supplementals, or put it on the agenda to do those items, we might want to rethink about where the money is coming from. Kind of the same thing with him. I mean, if he's got a case that needs something that they don't have, by all means, I want to hear about it, and you know, that would be a budget choice that we might need to accept. But I don't know, maybe, I mean, that all has to be in a budget beforehand.
There's also an alternative I could propose, is that there's sufficient money in this year's budget because of various issues to cover an increase and have that contract will be approved next week, and then the funds be expended out of this year's budget. It would, so it wouldn't affect next year's budget numbers, but it would potentially lead to an ongoing obligation that may have to be reduced in 2023.
Right. Again, I think it's a great program, and I'm supportive of the increased use of it as far, but it hasn't paid.
I understand you've had a lot of hard conversations last month. I get that.
I'm not saying that, but that means that the only way I can do that is I have to come up with the money. I have to go deduct it from somewhere else to put in there, because I think there's zero support from any of us to adding additional resources overall. Number one, that we can't. I mean, we have a ceiling that's the published.
We're not moving forward with this year's budget, and this conversation we can pick up at the end of next year.
Yeah, definitely.
Whether to maintain the increase or not.
So you're going to be, instead of using it out of next year's budgeted amount, you're going to take next year's budget amount and use it out of this year's budget, or use this year's on next?
This year's would normally go back to the general revenue on January 1st. Expand, which is pretty substantial for my office because of the shortage in staffing. I think we're about 180,000 under the budget, but professional services alone, I saw we billed about 8,000 so far this year, 40,000 line entry on that. So that could cover the 24,000, and it would also avoid the.
So that's the number you're looking for, 24,000.
Right. It's currently 12. Well, that's from you can always do 20.
Not an additional 20.
I'm not trying to be
12.
Pigs get fed, hogs get slaughtered. I'm here trying to get that.
Which I can't believe you do that. That's for a good cause.
It is. I mean, it's a great, but I'll support it with just the understanding that gives no ongoing obligation from 2023.
Well, I'll make that. I'll let them all as well. Okay, I'll try to get get that contract to.
Are you okay with that? I mean,
If it's coming out of unspent funds from this year, that's right.
it doesn't change our numbers next year, but it will, because you've set that. That's gets back to that, you know, when you gotta make hard. It's the, God, you don't want to be known as the, you just say yes to everything.
Well,
See, that's how it happens. One
no,
really
no, no.
good thing at a time.
That's the one.
Yeah, that's, yeah, I've heard that.
I hope I get caught that crossfire.
No, take your win and lead with this.
Okay, so that's what I have right now for public. Now that Jake's back, we can go in a summary of pending litigation if you like.
How long do you need, sir?
Well, when we start with 20 minutes. Or maybe 15, let's be.
We have not used it all.
Well, don't ask questions.
I'm asking questions. Don't try to inform yourself on what's going on.
Oh, as an aside, I am not aware of any speaker exception.
I don't have to.
Oh, yeah, you.
It says in the statement.
Thank you for asking.
There is no speaker exception.
To the masks that we have been under this, which I'm sure that you all heard that somewhere.
Oh, that's because every politician that takes the mandate has got it, so
Maybe.
I figure it's good for the.
Anyway, we will go into executive session in accordance with the RCW 42.30.11.1.I to discuss pending litigation. We have no other business on the agenda, and so I think we will sign off. We will come back from executive session and adjourn, basically. And so I thank folks online, but we will terminate the